Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 3 of What If Shadow Monarch Ashborn was reincarnated in the beginning after the end. Let the tale begin. Chapter 41. Never expected you to come so fast, said surprised Ceres. It happened so that I have great teleportation abilities, I replied, and she just nodded. I transported through shadows and appeared in Ceres's shadow, which was previously occupied by Silret. Ceres requested a meeting with me, so I didn't waste mine and her time, so I immediately came here. You called me out here, not for just little talk, right? I asked. She again nodded. That's right. Alacria is starting movements on Dicathan. I think you already know about this. I'm already aware. I caught a lot of spies by myself. Council also caught a few without my intervention, I replied. So Dicathan isn't as hopeless as I thought, muttered Ceres under her breath. Dicathan would be fully devastated, of course, without my intervention, I said. War is unavoidable. Alacria already sent spies and probably killed dozens of citizens on Dicathan. Then there is also me. I also killed their spies. The council might be lucky if imprisoned spies will say anything about Alacria. We might as well take a walk, while you will explain what's going on, I told her as I started walking towards the nearest town. She followed me. You are walking towards the town. Are you perhaps searching for more information there? Questioned Ceres, at which I just shook my head. Not exactly information. I just want to what's happening in town, to be exactly what normal civilians are doing for the upcoming war. They aren't aware of war itself yet, but they are ready for emergencies. After 2 relic tombs were closed, Vrithras gave the command to be on guard. Ceres explained the current situation in Alacria. I have to admit, those Vrithras of yours really did make a good job forming the country. I praised them loudly for Ceres to hear. Indeed, but they sacrificed a lot of Alacrians from their experiments. They injected their blood into citizens. I'm one of them. This topic should have angered her, but she was rather calm. Is this why you have similar mana signature to beasts? I tilted my head and asked. Should I take this as an insult? Never mind, I already know the answer. Then do you want Alacria to be freed from Vrithras? This was the last question I wanted to ask her. That was my desire from the beginning. You already know, so I want to ask how? When you said that you were doing your investigation in the dungeon. Also, your former servant told me a lot of things. Silret informed me about many things, including information about Ceres and what was she doing. Silret told you, so he is under your full control. Just who are you really? She narrowed her eyes at me. I'm human, just different from others. Technically that was the whole truth, and I told her so. What are going to do if Alacrian spies organize attack in Sapin Kingdom? Ceres asked after catching a small town in her sight. I will repay with little surprise, but it will be 10 times worse if not even more, I answered, quickening my pace towards town. You aren't going to kill innocent, are you? I shook my head in denial of her question. I have no reasons to kill innocent. Such provocations aren't my style. Then what is your style? I'm not getting tired of her questions. Eliminating core of the problem itself, to not waste time. I answered her again. She put her hands on her chin. After some time of thinking, she asked me again. Why aren't you doing it now? I'm sure enough you can defeat Agrona, with your control over souls. Ceres commented. I raised my brow at this. How do you know that I'm stronger than Agrona? You can seal the space, nullifying any teleportation spells. Then there is also Silret that you turned into your servant, and in the process making him even stronger. I just know that there isn't anyone who could do the same. Even Agrona himself isn't capable of that. She answered with a trembling voice. Good deduction. I'll answer this. I hope there won't be any other questions. I just want to minimize consequences. I'm not going to underestimate anyone yet. This ether of yours is a higher element than mana. It shouldn't be underestimated anyhow, knowing from where it's coming. I could see the confused expression of Ceres. And those Azuras with Vrithras can influence ether. This is why I'm not making any actions now. I added, and we finally approached the entrance of the town. You are knowledgeable about ether. That's to be expected. Ceres mumbled. Now, since we arrived at our destination, tell me what you wanted to inform me about. We stepped inside the town. The town was a small one, so it didn't have guards. As I said, Vritras are taking action. They already finished the first phase of the plan, gathering enough mutated beasts in dungeons. Second phase is to set up teleportation gates in the deepest dungeons. This way they will create a foothold there. Later they will control mutated mana beasts to rampage outside of the dungeons. Explained Ceres. Great plan. Council totally wouldn't expect an attack from here, since Beast Glades is under my jurisdiction. Surprisingly, Ceres chuckled at this. Plan got ruined before it was even used, haha. Her laugh was creepy. Anything other than this I should be aware of? If not, then I'm going. I got stopped her before I could merge with my shadow. Yes, I'm not sure, but I think the child of the Indrath clan is in Xyrus. Intrigued about what she said, I turned to her. Indrath is one of the 8 Azuran clans. Princess of Indrath clan and Agrona had a deep relationship, as I know. After Lady Sylvia escaped Agrona's grasp, she ran away with the child, and the last time was located in Beast Glades. One of the sides mentioned auburn-haired boy with her. The boy's description is exactly like yours. Ceres related. So that was her, huh? I remembered my pitiful battle at the Great Mountains and the moment when someone tried to penetrate my mind. I think I know who that child is. Who would have thought that Sylvie was a princess of the Azuran clan and same time princess of the Vritra clan? So, you had contact with Lady Sylvia's child. I don't know about Lady Sylvia herself, since Agrona classified every piece of information even from Scythes, but I suspect she is dead. Scythe Cadale also hasn't told me anything. Other than this, I don't have anything to inform you about, but I might have a little request. She said. What request? At least, I should listen to her, instead of declining instantly. Can you guarantee me the safety of my people? People of Alacria. Her serious expression is one thing to mimic. As I said, I'm not annihilating the continent of Alacria. You shall not worry about this matter. I responded. Doesn't reassure me at all. Mumbled Ceres. You don't fully trust me, that's only natural. With that said, I glanced at her last time before I merged with my shadow. My liege, I completed your task. Baru bowed down. I looked at laying students around the battleground. I even sweat dropped at the scene. Did Baru drag them on the ground face down? Their uniforms weren't damaged, but all of them were super dirted. Previously blue uniforms were now dirty brown. I defeated them without leaving any visible damage. Just as you tasked me, my liege. Baru boasted, waiting for praise. What about mental damage, Baru? I facepalmed. Baru widened his eyes and buried his head in the ground as an apology. Asterisk I asterisk whatever. Today's session is done, you may all go. Not that anyone could stand up or walk. Also congratulations, you all managed to level up. I clapped a few times and their levels increased, mostly by 1 or 2. Their exhaustion visibly vanished. I could see this from their surprised faces. That was also the effect of level up. Badge inserted quite an amount of mana in them. Whoa, you got 3 levels. Exclaimed Tesha after seeing Arthur's badge. Not fair. He was the highest of all of us. It should be harder for him to level up. Groaned Curtis, blamed Sun. Everything was distributed fairly. The stronger opponent you fought, more levels you get. Arthur fought against me and Baru, even though he couldn't defeat both of us. I got levels? I don't remember, I was sleeping. After entering the first phase of his beast, Arthur fell unconscious. Haha. I feel so strong, I think I can take on a horde of mana beasts. Shouted some blonde-haired elf. You'll get to fight them a lot from now on. My soldiers are also very impatient. My sinister voice made them tremble. I think you shall hurry up. I never said you could skip other classes. I told them. They left after groaning. How is the progress? Good Sky asked me while sipping tea. If they could get field experience it would be great, but I can't force them to kill. I responded also while sipping tea. Yes. We can't force students to dirty their hands, at last not yet. She replied I guess she didn't get that in field experience I meant killing their own kind. Anyway, I visited your homeland. I voiced and she flinched. Anything be bad? She asked, stuttering on her words. Nothing bad is happening currently. I would say they are in a better situation than us, however, they are also planning to make some moves here on Dicathan through Beast Glades. I answered, taking a final sip of tea. Does that mean they are ready for war? Her serious composure returned. They are. Shouldn't we inform council? She inquired. No. I'm fishing out for real rat, until then only ones who will know will be you, Virion, and Caspian. Cynthia already knew about 2 others I mentioned, so there was no need to introduce them. Virion, that old man? All the tense atmosphere around her disappeared. You aren't any different, anyway. I forgot to do one thing at our previous meeting. So I will do it now. I stood up and approached her. When I was close enough, I lifted my finger and touched her forehead, sending a wave of mana directly into her. Now, everything is done. No need for thanks. I exited the room soon after I heard sniffles. I haven't met Caspian for a while. I guess it's time to visit him, also discussing plans to rule out a real rat in the council. Chapter 42. The Kingdom of Darv, somewhere in the underground castle of Graysunders. My lord is ready to promise Graysunders and his people great reward and control over Dicathan if you will cooperate with us. The choice is yours. Yuto, shadow servant of Ashborn, or in this case retainer Yuto of Alacria, is striking a deal with Dosset Graysunders. After a long time waiting for someone to contact this person from Alacria, he decided to do everything by himself. Making Yuto strike a deal. If Dosset agrees with the deal, he will be taken as a traitor. Immediate execution will be placed upon him, and Yuto, whose hands are for a long time itching to kill, will complete the task gladly. How can I believe? Don't spout such nonsense here. Dosset angrily yelled at Yuto, who with another creepy smile replied. I guess we have to do it more violently then. Just as Yuto completed the sentence, something scratched Dosset's cheeks. What's this? Dosset thought and lowered his eyes at black spikes with a purple hue. Not only on his cheeks but also every other part of his body was about to be pierced by those spikes. He was completely immobilized. Black spikes were scratching all his body. So, what is your decision? Yuto questioned playfully. Dosset with wide eyes stared at Yuto. He is stronger than lances. No, with this ability they aren't even comparable. He concluded. Who is this lord of yours? Dosset asked with a serious expression, trying to get more information out of Yuto. Someone who will give you the power to stand on the top of the food chain, someone who will give dwarves another chance. Exclaimed Yuto, pressing more on Dosset's emotions. Power. Dosset's mind was already filled with different ideas. He was ready to accept a deal right after seeing this person's power, but now he wants more. I'm still waiting for answers. Daydreaming of Dosset was interrupted by Yuto. Can you guarantee me that this deal would be fulfilled? Inquired Dosset. State your wish. I might fulfill it right now. Yuto changed the topic, not answering the question. Dosset looked surprised, but he fell into the trap. Wish, can you bring me the head of Elden leaders? No. All of them, Sapins and Eleanors. Yuto was utterly shocked at the stupidity of this person. He was making a deal with him for cooperation. If he could just bring the head of Kind and Queen, then why would he even ask for cooperation? Yuto, great job. Now I guess I have to bring him their heads. Ashborn told Yuto telepathically. Being praised by my king, that's the greatest honor. Yuto thanked and disappeared in shadow, leaving baffled Dosset standing there. He wouldn't really bring me their heads now, right? Muttered Dosset, gulping. Not exactly head. Voice behind him answered. Dawson heard someone falling behind him too, and when he looked back, he saw Alduin, Virion, and Blaine laying on their butts confused about what was happening. Another hallucination, or was that monster brat again? Pondered Virion loudly. Blaine and Alduin had almost the same thoughts. What are you doing here? Dawson shouted at a group of people. This made 2 kings and 1 former king more surprised. They are here to clear future confusion. Dawson GREGA whatever you are, as a traitor you are deemed to be executed. Responded Ash, walking past laying people. What bullshit are you spreading? Growled Dawson, but his visible trembles were noticed by others. Shut up. You have no right to speak. Ash appeared in front of Dawson and literally grabbed his mouth. I think I understand what's going on. Virion stood up, his face clearly showed anger and irritation. Mr. Ashborn, are you sure? Both Alduin and Blaine stood up too. There's no need to ask for this. Do you think I will be doing something so senseless without reason? Stated Ashborn. Of course, nobody could speak back. I almost forgot about her. Mumbled Ashborn as he merged with his shadow and soon came out from the nearby shadow again. This time she threw a dwarf woman right at Dawson. This was Dawson's wife and queen of Darv, Glotera Graysunders. She also was deemed to be executed, because trying to help a traitor by calling someone with artifact. That was what Ashborn saw. Ask them whatever you want now. I don't want to waste my time here waiting before you finish the interrogation. Voiced Ashborn, he intended to kill both traitors by himself. Wait, she was calling lances. Blaine said suddenly, recognizing the artifact in the woman's hands. Someone is approaching from above at a very quick pace, announced Virion, sensing danger from above. Everyone tensed up. Virion got on guard, but he wasn't seriously planning to take on Lance. Ash remained standing near all of them, looking at the ceiling waiting for the right moment. It came soon, when the oldest of the lances, Alfred, flew smashing through the ceiling aiming a gauntlet made out of magma at Ashborn. Auburn-haired in response covered his hands with a layer of mana, catching magma gauntlet in his hand. He thought this would at least shock Alfred, but surprisingly he tried splashing magma at Ashborn's face. Swiftly Ashborn put his second hand in front of his face. Alfred jumped back seeing this and stood in front of King in a protective manner. Ashborn meanwhile just stared at his burning clothes. Virion, I thought you were a competent king. Are you seriously listening to what this adventurer is bluffing about? Dawson started spouting some nonsense to save his sorry ass. Virion stared at him with a deadpan look, not intending to do anything to save Dawson's sorry ass. Obviously, I trust him more than you. Virion replied, scratching the back of his head. This took a lot longer than I anticipated. Mumbled Ashborn. Oldest Lance widened his eyes, but the last image he saw before everything turned black was the hand in front of his face and soul-piercing purple glowing eye. So Virion, anything you want to ask them? Ashborn glanced at Virion. Was there another continent involved? At which Ashborn shook his head in denial. There wasn't exactly contact from different continents. Then can you keep Glotera alive? We can't exactly appoint someone as leader of Darv like this now. We need her for reasons. Just her being alive is enough. Virion requested. Ashborn got what he meant and decided to keep her alive. All right. The next moment the terrified Shorty King was laying on the ground dead. Her wife was also petrified from the scene. She was too afraid to even scream, while Alfred was unconscious. Will you stay in Darv, or should I transport you back? Asked Ashborn. They just shook their heads. Situation must be explained, but I'll be glad if we had other lances with us. Virion told Ashborn. Then you don't have to worry. Ashborn tasked his shadows to protect kings. Also, I'm going to interrogate this one here. Ashborn looked over at unconscious Alfred and transferred him into his shadow. Alfred in front of others mysteriously fell down into the shadow. Nobody questioned what was happening anyway. Ugh, that hurt. Alfred woke up after his short slumber. Ashborn forcefully awakened him to finish interrogation quickly. You have questions to answer. Alfred looked at the voice to see the same person who knocked him out. Why, you are that person! He exclaimed, pointing at Ashborn. This wasn't how the highest-ranking soldier should act, but Ashborn didn't mind it, since his reaction was natural. You had too many openings when trying to protect your king. Was that intentional? Ashborn's question confused Alfred at first, but after remembering what actually happened there he widened his eyes. So it was. Seeing man's reaction, Ashborn noted. Some kind of dispute between you? Ashborn continued questioning Alfred. Why should I answer? Thundered, Alfred tried to seem intimidating, but in response received complete humiliation just seconds after Ashborn released his mana pressure. Should I repeat my question? Ashborn asked, already kneeling Alfred. He wasn't a good king. Old Fred avoided directly answering the question, but it was already enough for Ashborn. He concluded that Alfred wanted Dossid dead. Do you perhaps know who is the candidate for leading Dwarf after Dossid? F.A. Elder Radius. Ashborn raised a brow at this. He almost heard Alfred saying father. That was it? Ashborn realized the whole scenario of what was happening in Dwarf. Radius, apparently the elder, wanted to take over Dwarf. So here comes this Lance, who is his son. Alfred wanted Dossid dead for his father to get the position of leader. I know this isn't exactly what happened. Keep in mind these are just early conclusions. And grumble about why other races look down on dwarves, I see why. Ashborn's insult made Alfred clench his fists in anger. You are dismissed now, go visit your elders. Ashborn disappeared from Alfred's sight in a blur. Haven't visited you for a long time, Caspian. Ashborn announced his presence to Caspian. Ah, yes, Mr. Ashborn, we haven't seen each other since your birthday. Responding, Caspian put his hand forward for a handshake, which Ashborn accepted. I had something to do in Xyrus Academy, I also met your niece there, said Ashborn. Oh, you met with Claire? She is a big fan of yours, haha, said Caspian, followed with an awkward laugh from him. I'm aware, she also said the same about you. Ashborn tried to tease and almost made Caspian embarrassed. That little. She isn't wrong though. You can also count me as one of your big fans. Caspian confirmed Claire's words. So anything that has to be discussed with me? Ashborn returned to the main topic. Yes, we caught a few spies. Since they refused to speak, we suppose they are from another continent. One of them tried to cooperate with us, but after saying one word he died for unknown reasons. In addition to that, we found a way to identify spies. They have some strange markings on their backs. Few artificers, even Gideon himself, also are trying to learn more about those marks. That's what we got at the moment, Caspian reported, impressing Ashborn from a lot of information gathered in a short amount of time. Mr. Ashborn, any strange activities in Beast Glades? It was not Caspian who asked Ashborn. Yes, mutated mana beast. It was a good decision to cancel all the activities in the dungeons. I suggest you be ready for being attacked from the Beast Glades. It's probably the most unexpected place to create a foothold, but maybe this is what they want. To be exact, they might want us to think that way, advised Ashborn, receiving a nod from Caspian. Ashborn didn't tell Caspian the whole thing though. Building a wall is the first line of the defense. This might win us some time. Caspian already started to plan their defenses. Anything other than this? Maybe you have some requests? Asked Ashborn. Caspian just shook his head. Then, I shall leave. I have some undone work in Xyrus Academy. Chapter 43, Arthur's POV. It's your shift now, Arthur. Claire told me and I just heavily sighed. It was my turn to patrol around the school. Yeah, I'll go right now. I exited the DC room and started wandering around the school. I had finally time to ponder about this badge that Ash gave me. Items that could forcefully increase a person's strength, not damaging the body nor giving any side effects. Anyone would dream of such a precious thing, and here he gives it away to people he doesn't even know. I don't know if there are any safety measurements in it, but this is still bizarre. From the period I know my brother, I notice that he hates doing things without the reasons and benefits behind them. I don't judge him because of such ideals, I approve of them myself. But he was just too socially awkward before. Maybe he changed and gifted a bunch of teens items countries would fight for? Like hell, I would believe this. There was definitely a reason behind it. Why would he even start a class to teach how to survive? Director may have had hands in this matter, but Ash was always doing things on his own. He had the strength and mainly those black soldiers. Illusions or not, all of them were solid and fought against other students with ease. That humanoid ant meanwhile could wreck us in seconds, but it complied with Ash's commands, which either meant it has personality or Ash played with illusion. I never heard of such magic, so Ash could have created something from his own experience. While many similar thoughts flooded my mind, I almost forgot about my duty of patrolling school grounds. Pissed. Silence, someone is coming. I heard someone whispering near the corner of the building. I walked toward sounds, and when I turned to the corner to see someone aiming a punch to my face, I on instinct ducked underneath. Shit! It's a DC officer. One who attacked me cursed after viewing my attire. It was just some noble black-haired boy from what I could see. Before he could run away, I caught him by the collar and didn't let him go. Behind him was another bunch of students. They looked shocked and were trying to cover something behind their backs. "Let me go, you bastard!" yelled black-haired boy. Without words I let him go but knocked him down with the kick on his feet. Attacking a DC officer without initiative on duel is strictly prohibited. You will get punishment nonetheless. Now, what are you hiding? I turned to three boys. They gritted their teeth at me and pulling their hands forward and started casting spells. Why did I even agree to this job? I questioned myself. If I knew about Ash creating his own class, I would refuse Cynthia's offer and take on my brother's, but that old hag played a trick on me. "Take this!" One of the boys shouted and threw some fireball towards me, which I blocked with an augmented palm. "Sorry, I don't have time to play around." Before others could finish their spells, I dashed behind them, bonking on their heads, knocking all of them out in an instant. "Now it's time to notify others and take you to custody." I told them and activated a special dagger we DC members received. While I was waiting for the other committee members to arrive, I kept my eyes on unconscious students. In the process, I couldn't help but wonder why humans hate other races so much, especially those nobles. Every day there were new cases which could be considered as discrimination, nothing new to be honest. "Arthur! Anything happened?" Curtis arrived with his bond quickly after receiving the signal. I just pointed at laying people and pieces of art on the wall for him to understand the situation. Sigh again, they can't get over this, huh? Curtis released a heavy sigh and approached the unconscious boys. "Grotter, come, help me out with them." Curtis's bond complied and lowered himself for Curtis. "And here goes the last one." Curtis laid the unconscious body of the student on Grotter. "You can go ahead, I'll take care of this art on the wall." I told him and he just nodded before leading with his bond. Now what to do with this? I asked myself, looking at some text written with bloody red paint. I could just leave this behind and let janitors or teachers fix it, but what was written on the wall shouldn't be seen by normal students. Well, they got in big trouble. I placed my hand over the painting and using water magic removed it easily. Nobody was watching me, so I decided to use my water affinity. Anyway, it was time to continue my patrol, but I sensed a presence pretty close to me. Deciding to learn who was near me, I walked away from the scene and decided to follow my hunch. I didn't have to wait long. That one presence was literally standing behind me. "Didn't know lances were doing patrols at night. Should I be honored for patrolling with you?" I asked playfully and turned to the person behind me. When I turned, I saw a white-haired woman with gray eyes which starred in mines. I couldn't sense her core. This meant she had at least a higher stage than me. Of course, what did I expect from a high-position military asset? "You may already go to your dorms and rest. I will be taking over patrol," she responded, ignoring my previous question. "I guess." I couldn't retort her. I wasn't in a position to disagree with Lance, so I just nodded and turned away from her and walked towards my dorms. Besides, I was really tired. Student, what is your name? I again turned back to her with a confused expression. She had her eyes narrowed at me. Arthur Lewin, is something wrong? I answered, and she widened her eyes for a moment before returning back. Nothing. Yeah, like I'll believe her answer. Her reaction definitely didn't mean nothing. Then excuse me. After excusing myself, I quickly got out of there. I could literally feel her gaze on my back, and that was uncomfortable. Ash didn't do something to her, right? But apparently, fate decided to play a joke on me. My day of unfortunate events was just beginning when I heard the sound of something tearing into flesh. Quickly running towards the sounds, I saw something I wouldn't wish my enemy to see. Third POV. The whole school was shaken. Rumors about someone dying on the school grounds because of mana beasts shocked everyone, including teachers and Lance Vari herself. At this moment, the directress of Xyrus Academy, Cynthia Goodsky, with a few teachers, Lance Vari, and the first witness, is currently discussing this matter in her office. Arthur Lewin was the first one to witness the scene. Unfortunately, he didn't reveal much information. For a few reasons. Arthur, you have to tell us what exactly you saw there. Cynthia repeated an already asked question. I told you, didn't I? It was some mana beast. I couldn't see it because it faded in darkness right after I got there. Answered Arthur, but other teachers still didn't believe him. Lance Vari, what about you? Cynthia looked at Vari, who nodded. I wasn't able to see the mana beast, but the victim is someone not from this land. Vari answered briefly, confusing many except two people in the room. They already got here? The directress got the hint from Vari. Not from this land? Does she mean another continent? Wondered Arthur, but he didn't question anything further and just waited for others. Can you please explain what you mean in this? One of the teachers questioned. Vari just shook her head in denial. I can't disclose any more information about this matter. However, it is connected to announcements made by royal families. With this said, Vari stood up from her seat and again looked at people present in the room. Now I have to continue my duty. I assure you the situation is already solved. She left the room and other teachers followed her actions. Arthur just stayed behind because Cynthia asked him. Arthur, you didn't tell everything, right? Asked Cynthia. Arthur kept silent. Arrived just in time. Someone put a hand on Arthur's shoulder, startling both the woman and boy. Yes, you have an explanation to do, Ashborn. Arthur stated with a serious voice, after realizing who appeared. There is nothing to explain. The enemy should be eliminated before it gives us problems in the future. Responded Ashborn, not being intimidated by Arthur even slightest. I want more explanation about those matters. What enemy? What did you mean in teaching how to survive? Just what the hell is going on? Demanded Arthur harshly. I thought you already realized, Arthur. The different continent everyone is talking about, they are already here, plotting something behind your backs. Answered Ashborn. Cynthia meanwhile kept herself shut. And that one your beast killed was the enemy? Yes, it was a spy sent by another continent. I'm sure you noticed strange runes on the person. Said Ashborn and received a nod from Arthur. Only mages from another continent have such runes. Added Ashborn, flickering his eyes at Cynthia. What will happen to the continent? Arthur already understood most of the situation, but he had to still clarify if there will be war between continents. They are definitely seeking conflict. Assured Ashborn. Arthur's face became gloomier at this. When will it begin? It began when the first denizen of another continent stepped on this land. Ended Ashborn. Cynthia looked down in shame. Her fists were clenched hard. Visibly she was angry. Arthur noticed this, but he thought it was natural. Internally he felt almost the same but didn't show it outside. Arthur didn't have had experience in large-scale wars, but he knew what it meant. If you don't know, then I'll explain. In Gray's previous world there weren't large-scale wars, but more of a duel between kings to determine the winning country. At least that is what I understood. People present here had at least some imagination about war. Ashborn literally participated in universal scale wars, so he was most experienced in this field. He could be described as a person who was born to fight in wars, unfortunately for him. So this was the reason behind why you started the class? Guessed Arthur. Both Ashborn and Cynthia nodded. Arthur, war is coming. Biggest one this world will ever see, so you should get prepared if you want to take action too. Advised Ashborn. He wasn't going to go against his brother. If he wishes to participate in war actions, Ashborn will not hold him back. I understand. Without more words, Arthur stood up and left the room. Cynthia, keep an eye on the academy while I'm not here. I don't have multiple consciousnesses to do 100 things at the same time, stated Ashborn, but before he left he also shared a piece of information. Since you are a Lacrian, you should also know about Scythesaurus. Cynthia nodded in agreement. Yes, Lady Nezera was an influential figure in Alacria. What about her? Asked Cynthia. She doesn't have the desire for Dicathan to crumble in the war, so she will be kind of a support for you. This statement widened a woman's eyes. Are you serious about this, Mr. Ashborn? She asked, not believing his words. You will meet her soon enough, replied Ash. Did she tell you about Alacria's plans? Yes, however, you don't have to worry about it, at least not yet. Also, it's time when you reveal your identity to the council. Your safety is guaranteed when the Dwarven King isn't there anymore, declared Ashborn. What do you mean? Confused Cynthia questioned. Exactly what I said. Dawson is dead. He was executed directly by me. Shocked, Cynthia just stared at Ash. As I said, reveal your identity to the council. Limit is 1 month before Alacria will make serious moves on Dicathan. Chapter 44. Ashborn Leywin, who at the moment was thinking about the most unanswerable question he had, laid in his bed. Why do I even sleep? He pondered, putting a hand on his chin. He didn't need sleep even though he was still in a human body. This wasn't all. Whenever he was supposed to get up from his bed, he for some reason was lazy for it. Why do I wait for Ellie to wake me up? What's even the point in that? Even more questions flooded Ashborn's mind. Brother, wake up! Ash heard the voice of Ellie, who was shouting outside of his bedroom. Good, now, what's the point in going down there for breakfast? He didn't let his thoughts finish as he slapped himself. The sound of a hand smashing on flesh reverberated in the whole room, so it didn't take long for Ellie to get in the room quickly. Brother, are you alright? Why are you covering your cheek? Ellie tilted her head, almost as if begging for answers in a cute manner. I slapped myself out from the useless thoughts. Ashborn truthfully answered his sister. Ellie didn't buy that. Knowing that he would not say anything to her directly, she decided to withdraw everything, herself indirectly. Brother, don't tell me you are hiding something from me? Oh, maybe you are hiding a woman's kiss there. Ellie grinned madly, only receiving a dumbfounded look on Ashborn. No. Ashborn removed a hand from cheeks, revealing it. There was indeed a red-colored form on it, but instead of having the shape of a woman's lips, they had the shape of Ashborn's palm. I was just teasing. Ellie deadpanned. His brother was indeed a dense idiot when it comes to normal communication with others. Okay, get out, I'm going to change. After getting dressed, Ashborn left the room and descended into the dining room. Here he met Vincent and Tabitha. Naturally, his parents and Ellie were also here. They settled down and began to eat shortly after the arrival of Ashborn. Interestingly enough, what does Art do at Xyrus? Asked Vincent after swallowing a cup of water. He should be on some boring lessons, aforesaid Ellie, who couldn't find a comprehensive reason why Arthur even liked to attend them. I heard about an incident at the academy, Vincent. Maybe you know what happened? Raynolds questioned, stirring up the anxiety of the women in the room. Oh yes, they've identified a spy from some other continent. Bear in mind that this information should not leave this room, or you may get in trouble. Vincent answered, shocking everyone other than Ashborn. Mothers covered their mouths in shock and started thinking about bringing their children back home. Meanwhile, Raynolds was staring at his son, knowing that Ashborn had more information about council affairs than Vincent. "That's why I had the wrong feeling yesterday," Alice whispered. Her words intrigued Ashborn because he was super interested in how motherly intuition actually functioned. This was the moment when something snapped in Ashborn's mind. He nearly misplaced his calmness and stood up from his seat loudly. "Please excuse me, I'm finished. Thank you for the meal." He rapidly got out of the room, puzzling others. At the same time when Leywins were having breakfast with Helstias, Arthur Leywin, who was attending the Xyrus Academy, was taking a stroll in his special training room after an intense routine he set for himself. The dreadful information that he learned from Ashborn wasn't something to be taken lightly. Pushing himself through the limits and achieving new heights was something he had to do, especially after witnessing how powerful the lances are. "It's time to wrap it up," said Arthur and put his belongings into a storage ring. But a feeling of anxiety hunted down Arthur, as it had been for a long time. The feeling of somebody observing him all the time never vanished even when he was in the student residence, especially after receiving a badge from his brother. Arthur shook his head. He had more important things to do now. One of them being new classes. So he decided to leave the training room to prepare for lessons. He approached a big enhanced door, but when he tried to open it, he realized he couldn't. Did someone shut it from the outside? Wondered Arthur. His question was soon answered by the emergence of a new individual. "Arthur Leywin, I courteously require you to follow me without resistance. I will explain it all on the way." Arthur now could see the person. Light-haired with bizarre eyes, "Yeah, renegade ripoff guy, haha." "Who are you?" demanded Arthur, taking out his sword from the storage ring and directing it at the individual. "By my friends and brethren, I go by Winsome. To lessers such as yourself, we are what you have deemed deities." Man introduced himself, although also insulting Arthur by calling lesser. Luckily Arthur overlooked the person's remark. "What do you want?" Once again Arthur demanded for answers, but the same individual unleashed his pressure, nearly pinning Arthur to the ground. "I have no time to answer all your questions here. We don't have much time, so we should leave immediately," said Winston, not intending to reveal information to Arthur anytime soon. "Lady Sylvia's daughter is already here. Now the only thing left is you." Winsome revealed Sylvie, who was peacefully sleeping inside his coat. "Sylvie!" exclaimed Arthur. Despite all the pressure, he stood up, his sword in hand, ready to strike any second. "I mean no harm to her. I rudely kidnapped her because we should hurry. Your protection unit might get back soon," said Winsome while glancing at Arthur's shadow, which was currently empty. Arthur was in a tough predicament. He evaluated the situation. Sylvie was in a person's hand, also evidently the individual was stronger than him, judging by previously unleashed pressure. What could he possibly do in this situation? "How can I trust you?" questioned Arthur. "I don't have time for this." Winsome swiftly appeared in front of Arthur. Just when he was about to press his hand on Arthur's forehead, he sensed danger. He looked up from where he perceived it. The ceiling was still intact, but cracks soon started emerging on part of it. Eventually, it will fall down, so he had to move away from there, taking Arthur and Sylvie with him. However, someone didn't let him touch Arthur as something or someone fell down from the ceiling. Winston jumped back, still having Sylvie with him. He took a protective stance, eyeing dust that covered most of the training room. He expected Arthur to be safe though. For a time being, he observed. He knew that Arthur wasn't someone to die so easily. To say it easier, Winsome was still calm. It was at that moment when his calm facade fractured and he showed an inkling of fear just for a split second after noticing a figure in the dust. An image of thousands of the black monsters appeared in his mind. "Arthur, what's the situation?" Winsome heard a voice identical to Arthur's. "He has Sylvie," quickly responded Arthur, who emerged from rumbles. The one who broke into the room was Ashborn, who forgot to assign his shadows to Arthur. Fortunately, he was fast enough to arrive here in time and fix the situation. It seems that an unforeseen issue occurred. Winsome voiced, gaining the attention of Arthur and Ashborn. Hand over Sylvie. The commanding voice of Ashborn made Winsome flinch. He realized who exactly appeared. Maybe we can talk this out? Asked Winsome, his voice carried malice. He quite hated to ask lesser for something. After an attempt to kidnap my family? Ashborn promptly voted down. Without squandering time, he dashed at Winsome. Ashborn wasn't planning to attack, he intended to retrieve Sylvie first. Winsome put his hand before Sylvie, blocking Ashborn from reaching her. Ash stopped before he touched Winsome and stood in front of him. He is fast. This was what both of them thought. But this was just the beginning. Ashborn was greatly limited with his undeveloped human body. His greatest advantage wasn't speed anyway. Winsome's previous tense expression switched back to calm after witnessing his opponent's speed. He reassured himself that this was his limit. He is also a dragon, noted Ashborn, but still, familiarity between Sylvie and that person doesn't mean he won't retrieve her. What is this feeling? Thought Winsome, viewing how Ashborn observed him. Despite the fact that his body was higher than Ashborn's, he felt looked down. Hand over Sylvie. Ashborn again commanded, this time letting out his own pressure. Winsome's eyes widened in shock, sweat poured down from his forehead. He couldn't see this coming. Thousands of purple glowing eyes were locked down onto him with the intent to kill. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to. Hard way it is then, muttered Ashborn. Winsome, unexpectedly for him, received a punch in the face, which sent him far away in the training room. Baru. Ashborn called out for an unidentified for Winsome person. Understood, my liege. Voice responded, and a shadowy figure flew out from Ashborn's shadow with blur and appeared right on Winsome, who was still in midair. Winsome was fast enough to notice this and again tried to block Baru's incoming attack. The humanoid ant seriously planned on cutting through the Azura. Shockingly, this was only a distraction, and with swift, Baru cut clothing that sheltered Sylvie. Ruler's authority. Ashborn, with psychokinetic technique of his, captured Sylvie in his authority and pulled her towards him. With this, Sylvie was now safe and Ashborn could go all out if required. Arthur, take away your bond. All this time ignored, Arthur was finally mentioned. Sylvie floated to Arthur, who gently took her. Should I inform anyone? Arthur queried with noticeable concern on his face. Yes, inform everyone that the academy might go down. Ashborn received a nod from Arthur. Now, let's take care of this dragon, thought Ashborn, and looked back at Winsome. This lesser is going to be a problem in the future. Should I try taking care of it now? But what about Lady Sylvia's child? Meantime, Winsome had practically identical thoughts as Ashborn. Forgive me, my lord, said Winsome as he stood up, ignoring all the damage he received. Afterwards, the strange light covered Winsome and he started altering into a majestic dragon, standing nearly touching the ceiling with a draconic head. So you decided to reveal your true self and intend to fight with full force. Come forth. Chapter 45. Prior to the actual battle between Ashborn and Winsome, Xyrus Academy was still asleep. Most of the students were sleeping. They were fortunate enough to be out of the center of the battle, while the teaching staff was doing their auxiliary work in their offices. The academy, in other words, was in peace. No one would anticipate literal demolition of it. Even Ashborn himself didn't expect a battle today. He merely desired to spend some time with his family. Regrettably, his plans were ruined when he realized he forgot to designate shadow soldiers to Arthur. Knowing Arthur's bad luck, Ashborn knew he would get in trouble every time he found a chance for it. Indeed, this was the chance for Arthur to find a problem. It's not his fault though. Boom rumble. The loud racket of something smashing into the building resounded in the whole school grounds. Everyone was alerted by this, because soon earthquakes followed it, almost knocking them off balance. Cynthia Goodsky, director of the Xyrus Academy, who was relaxing in her office, almost immediately got on her 2 feet. Her bond was the same, for it sensed great danger. Cynthia, you must evacuate all the students. Wyvern in the form of an owl telepathically told Cynthia. They couldn't possibly attack now, maybe. Cynthia held back her assumptions and got to work. Avier, let's go. She told her bond, who just simply nodded and took its usual place, on Cynthia's shoulder. Soon after the first shockwave another resonated, and the only one who witnessed what actually happened was Arthur. Just being close to the presence of the two made his skin almost burn from the amount of mana concentrated on sight. One of the two was actually an intimidating dragon, way bigger than Sylvie and approximately the same size as Sylvia. At this rate, the whole of Xyrus might get destroyed. Arthur stated in his mind, but he believed his brother would not let that happen. Come forth. The authoritative voice of Ashborn traveled through mana, spreading throughout the battlefield. A horde of black monsters, with purple mana leaking out of them as blazing flames, started emerging from man's shadow, expanding without the end, covering the whole battleground in darkness. They completely surrounded Winsome in dragon form. Winsome's scheme to use a large-scale strike to destroy as much ground as possible failed just when monsters encircled him like a barrier, shielding everything beyond it. When he opened his mouth, a blast of energy expeditiously made its way towards the black monsters. Even if the monsters dissipated after impact, they quickly regenerated and stood there without visible damage. Seeing that the effect of his attack was a failure, Winsome once again reverted to his human form. I should get out of here. This was the first idea he got. Winsome didn't have enough self-confidence to fight against regenerative monsters. Attacking Ashborn was also a bad idea since the demonstration of his strength was no joke. He had two options, the first being overpowering Ashborn in physique, and the second was to teleport away. The second was the best option, given that he didn't have the slightest idea of what Ashborn was truly capable of. So he decided to go with it. Sadly for him, when he attempted to teleport, he felt that the space currently he is in was separated from the real world. Ashborn coated space with a barrier, spreading his mana in it to root out every magic which used ambient mana. To bypass the effect of the barrier, a person must apply his own internal mana, which as well shall be denser than Ashborn's. Winsome entered Realm Heart, he then saw it. Mana and ether surrounding him were nowhere to be found. Rather of it, there was purple-colored mana, with nature, so dark that made Winsome want to vomit. Who doesn't know, Realm Heart is like power up to better sense and see mana and ether surrounding an individual. This helps to better utilize mana and ether arts. Who is this person? Even in his mind, Winsome managed to stutter. The thought of fighting an Azura never crossed his mind, due to the fact that the person in front of him didn't have the identical presence as them. But Ashborn was as strong as Azura or even stronger. Now, this only left the first option for Winsome. He zoomed across the remaining space in the battlefield at breakneck speed and promptly arrived next to Ashborn. This did have some impact on Ashborn. He was in fact surprised how fast Winsome closed the distance between them. Was that some unique man arts? Wondered Ashborn, but he dismissed the idea because he had no time detected Winsome using any mana. He also rejected the idea about raw speed because Winsome didn't even produce any sound. Winsome tried to punch Ashborn in the chest straight away, which turned out to be fruitless. He in fact made contact and punched Ashborn, but Ashborn had crossed his hands in front of his chest. The impact was powerful enough to make Ashborn slide on the ground, but zero visible harm was left. You aren't a normal human. Then what are you? Winsome queried. Not a normal human then. Ashborn responded carelessly, not even trying to provoke his opponent, but in the end, he did stir him up. Winsome again used the same method to swiftly arrive in front of Ashborn. He bombarded him with punches, aiming for vital points, but Ashborn parried them all or even tanked them head-on. Meanwhile, every time Winsome touched Ashborn, Baru from afar yelled at him, but still waited for his liege to finish. He is tremendously powerful. Winsome cried out in his mind, when Ashborn counterattacked him with an augmented fist in the gut. Winsome collected himself, searching for the opening that Ashborn left. He tried to attack him again, this time putting all his might and will in this only punch. He enhanced his hand with a large amount of mana, intending to end it all here. But he got dismayed when Ashborn vanished from his position, without any sounds. "Don't mind me if I use a similar technique." A voice rang out behind his back. It was Ashborn, who used practically identical to Winsome technique. Concealing himself completely from anybody who can sense mana, Winsome being no exception. "This is how they fight, huh?" Ashborn was stunned. Minor things he formerly didn't care about, in reality, had really huge effects in battle. What he calls now the human way of fighting, exploiting anything, every smallest aspect, such as sounds, mana output, some even use illusions to confuse opponents. It was what Ashborn used now. Just by hiding his sound and mana output, he arrived at the open back of his opponent, and now he could easily finish him off. Shame, this method does not work with any opponents. Ashborn clenched his fist and punched Winsome in the back of his head without granting him time to even turn around. Could this be considered as bonk? Wyndham was sent flying away. Soon he fell near the edge of the battlefield. Ants close to him were ready to tear him apart and eat every portion of his body, but they had command to shield the academy from further damage. Winsome came to his senses, again for his head to be smashed into the ground. Ashborn, without squandering time, after sending Winsome flying, blinked to his landing point. He kept just punching his face again and again, while Winsome was trying to keep himself conscious. "Will you kill me?" words escaped Winsome's mouth. "Yes," briefly answered Ashborn. "Don't be ridiculous. You are declaring war on the deities," strangled out Winsome, evidently in fear of losing his life. He was actually an experienced warrior, but he had emotions. In addition to that, losing life to a non-Azura would be laughable for others of his clan. "They'll meet and greet the same fate as you." Ashborn rejected him, and with the final punch, he misshapen Winsome's skull, killing him in an instant. Ashborn's human body felt a little tired after this fight. He moved away from the place, giving some space. After some time of inhaling and exhaling large amounts of air, his tiredness faded. He afterward turned back to laying the corpse of Winsome. So without constant mana supply, those beings dissipate. Ashborn concluded, witnessing the scene in front of him. Winsome's dead body slowly was turning into ash. "Arise." The authoritative declaration of Ashborn, which carried his desire, clearly echoed in Winsome's ears. His soul, which was prepared to leave this world, but by the outright order of King of the Dead, he had complied with his wish and rose. Meantime, the chilly wind flew across the academy. It was at that second when everybody in the flying city of Xyrus heard a horrifying roar. Those who were in the territory of the academy instinctively covered their ears with hands. Just this loud scream almost made their souls pop out from the vessels. "Kuaa!" Hollering of the dragon roared out from someplace which was impossible to pinpoint. The only person in the floating city without a glimpse of fear was Ashborn. He calmly stood in front of a certain something that was spreading from Winsome's deceased body. The shape enveloped in the rising plumes of black smoke was undeniably a dragon, with dark big scales which sheltered entirely his body like armor, with flaming purple flame on his head and two big purple glowing horns on it. His size increased excessively. It now in full height was standing over 150 meters. Teachers who were trying to identify the cause of destruction finally saw it. A dragon's head was popping out from somewhere, but there was one more detail to it: it was wagging its tail. This lowly servant, who once served the mere deities, respectfully greets his lord. A dragon spoke, lowering its head and standing on his four legs. Ashborn inspected his newly acquired soldier. It in terms of power was even superior to Baru. Just physical prowess has been on tie with Ant, then with additional magical prowess, it makes him the strongest of Ashborn's current shadow army. "Everyone return to my shadow immediately," he commanded as every servant jumped into his shadow. When the living wall from shadow soldiers disappeared, he could now at last view the destruction brought by this battle. Arthur's private training room was located underground. Its grounds were first to receive damage, but that's not at all. Just the first few attacks damaged the foundation of Xyrus Academy. Large castle-like structure, built by the best of the best conjurers and even additionally enhanced, collapsed after the first few assaults. This implies how lethal was this battle after pretest attacks. So, now I also made enemies out of Assuras? Well, too bad for them, said Ashborn, straight away leaving the site. Chapter 46. Ephotus. First time in years, the Assuras were truly restless. Not because they were fearful of someone, but because one of their kind vanished without a trace. Winsome from the Indrath clan hasn't responded nor come back to the land of Assuras for the past few days. The duty of serving the Indrath clan was his responsibility, and reporting the current status of Dicathan was his task. Winsome for many years did this without flaws. Last time he was tasked to search Lady Sylvie's child. Speak. King of the Assuras, Kazes Indrath stated to his subordinate, who was kneeling in front of him. Yes, my lord. Through many investigations, we found traces of Winsome's mana in the flying city of Lessers. From traces, we are able to exactly tell what happened to Winsome. He was without a doubt killed, reported one of the subordinates, greatly shocking others aside from Kazes. Yet none dared to talk. Tell me the details, briefly demanded Kazes, without changes in his expression. Side of the battle was filled with a large concentration of mana, yet none were of Winsome. No other presence of Assuras were detectable aside from Winsome's. In addition to that, Winsome for some reason transformed into true form. Any utilization of ether art wasn't discovered. With these details, we can conclude that Winsome didn't fight against another Assuras, so this wasn't an affair organized by Vritras. Subordinate extended his explanation, catching everyone off guard. You imply that Winsome died in hands of Lesser? Kazes sternly questioned. My lord, that was also the first thought that crossed my mind. However, after witnessing a large concentration of mana in the vicinity, I immediately denied the fact of Winsome dying at the hands of Lesser. Subordinate at the mention of this paled, remembering his investigation at Xyrus Academy. Detach the strongest units, generals themselves shall lead investigation further. Whoever killed Winsome shouldn't be overlooked, even if that somebody is Lesser. If spotted, without delay report others and eliminate on sight. The king of the Assuras stood up from his throne and commanded. My lord! Please reconsider, it's too dangerous. Whoever was Winsome fighting against has the larger mana capacity than hundreds of us combined. Cried out a subordinate, the thought of actually fighting against such an opponent frightened him. So should we wait with folded arms? Kazes queried while glaring at his subordinate. This made clear to everyone that his order was absolute. Before walking out of the meeting room, Kazes turned towards a certain individual. Alder, you will carry on searching for my grandchild instead of Winsome. Meanwhile, on the floating city of Xyrus where the devastating battle occurred, everything reverted to its former states, aside from the academy, which was being rebuilt. Even if classrooms didn't take much damage, it was unsafe to let anyone enter the academy since there was a risk of the foundation falling. Why is it so cold out there? It's not even winter yet. Elijah Knight whined, while his whole body was shaking. Weather became cold very early, commented Arthur, although he could feel what actually was happening to the surroundings. It wasn't the climate getting cold, but rather something different. Being a quadra elemental mage made Arthur feel and mend ambient mana way better than others. Even the leaves are gathering some black dust, said Elijah. Curious, Arthur turned towards a nearby bush and verified if Elijah was telling the truth. In fact, there were some kind of black particles on the leaf. This isn't dust, Arthur muttered, but it was unheard by Elijah. Art knew the reason for everything that happened was a battle between Ash and that dragon. Seconds later he looked down at his own shadow and narrowed his eyes on it, as if trying to see something hidden in it. Arthur is realizing more day by day, muttered Ashborn and tapped his fingers on the armrest. Winsome, what do you think I should do against the Assuras? He asked his new soldier, which he after battle named Winsome, since he didn't want to waste time thinking about names. Assuras will start acting in Dicathan more vigorously. Most likely they will dispatch a special unit on this land, while somebody continues to search for Indratha's child. My lord, contrary to you, they don't stand a chance. If the command is given, I'm ready to eradicate them all myself. A dragon's head popped out from the shadow and answered Ashborn's question. How do Asuras live? Ash questioned once again. He was rather curious if all of the Asuras are efficient troops or if there are some peace-loving ones. My lord, Dicathan, is mostly the same as Ephotus. Rather, Ephotus is more developed in terms of political structure, society, and culture. Ashborn thought for a moment. In his mind, he already formulated plans of what he is going to do in cases when Ephotus directly declares war on Dicathan or starts hunting for him only. My liege, isn't it better for us to attack Ephotus now and eliminate future problems? Baru came out of the shadow and kneeled next to Ashborn. His question was logical. However, there are too many things that even Ashborn can't answer. First, Asuras guided humans, elves, and dwarves through the beast era. They gave them a chance to survive. Then again, the Asuras are ready to sacrifice humans to vanquish Vrithras. Killing both Asuras and Vrithras was an option. However, there are too many of them. Attacking all of them now will result in this world collapsing. Even if he won in the end, this was not an option. This is not an option. Ashborn replied to Baru's question without explaining the details. I understand, my liege. Yuto. Ashborn then called out for his Alacrian servant. My king? Yuto appeared in front of Ashborn and kneeled down, lowering his head as deep as his horns allowed. Protect my brother, report everything strange directly to me. At Ashborn's command, Yuto smashed his fist on the ground. It shall be done, my king, he eagerly voiced before fading into shadow again. Silred is still with Ceres. Nothing considerable emerged in Alacria, so this leaves me only with Dicathan. I shall give information to Caspian. He can minimize losses for kingdoms, thought Ashborn, and just like other soldiers, he too faded into shadow. Ashborn stormed into the council meeting, right when Caspian and leaders of the kingdoms were discussing what happened in Xyrus. His abrupt appearance stunned everyone, though they had little idea why he came. Destruction in Xyrus Academy happened because of my little quarrel with the dragon. Shortly declared of Ashborn, but the effect was like a brainstorm for others. How can you call that little? All of them cried out in their minds. However, they had to keep their calmness. Mr. Ashborn, I heard you saying the dragon. My ears aren't betraying me, are they? Asked baffled Blaine. No, it was the dragon. Fully intelligent and had humanoid form too. For you they shall be known as deities, answered Ashborn. Deities. The oldest elf in the room couldn't help but mutter this word loudly for everyone to hear. Mr. Ashborn. Deities gave us artifacts. I don't think they meant any harm. Alduin spoke in a low tone, fearing not to unsettle Ashborn. For you maybe, but I don't care. They dared to touch my family. I repaid them in the same manner. Ashborn's cold words sent shivers through everyone's spines. How is Arthur? Virion asked worriedly. How do you know it was Arthur who got attacked? Heh. I got a hunch from 4 years ago. The dragon, named by Arthur as Sylvie, now one of its kind, came here to take her back. Isn't this a realistic storyline? Virion chuckled before responding. Impressive deduction. To answer your question, Arthur is quite alright physically. Psychologically he was always an idiot, to begin with. Virion laughed, thinking Ashborn was joking. Later he will realize that Ashborn wasn't joking, maybe slightly. What about those deities? Won't they seek revenge for their comrades? Caspian's question made the room tense up. Exactly, if they do seek revenge. You have to prepare. I'm not going to bother myself shielding every person living on this land. Do it by yourselves for now at least, stated Ash, hoping they would at least try something. Well, even in this case he had a plan too, since he knew the incapability of the council in this matter. He thought about this too. The idea of evacuating people in relic tombs, where even Asuras can't enter, is a brilliant idea. Of course, Asuras wouldn't even know about people being there. Mr. Ashborn, thanks for informing us about this matter. Caspian spoke up. Indeed, they have to be at least thankful for receiving information, since they proclaim themselves to be leaders of the country. They should do their job and protect their people. Caspian had principles, surely he wouldn't blame others for his incompetence. The same was Virion. He too knew that Ashborn did them a big favor for taking Beast Glades under his jurisdiction and permitted them to use his name. Mr. Ashborn, any more information which you could share with us? Caspian queried, and after a few seconds of silence, Ashborn responded. Second Continent had already been in conflict with deities, not direct war, but there was little dispute, asserted Ashborn before disappearing into shadows. Damn, what a day! Guess who? Alacria, Central Dominion, Agronis Castle. My lord, we've got intel that in Dicathan's significant city, there was an immense battle. From the details gathered there, it was without a doubt done by Azuris. Ho, is that so? Maybe they plan to intervene directly? Upon hearing the words, Agrona Vritra even straightened his back on the throne. Tell me more about what happened. My lord, apparently the academy in the floating city of Xyrus was destroyed. Nobody in the civilian population knew about what happened on the site, but everyone heard something roaring. The kneeling man spoke. Roaring. Did they finally devolve into animals? Laughable. Ruler of Alacria snickered. I've heard enough. You may leave. He finally told his subordinate, who nodded and exited the room. After making sure the subordinate left and there was no one to hear him, his expression turned serious again. Visible disgust could be seen in his scarlet eyes. However, soon he smugly spoke. Didn't expect to confront you so soon. Father-in-law. Chapter 47. Ashborn's POV. A long time ago, throughout my time of being monarch, I would at no time think that I would be leading a bunch of teenagers in a dungeon, well, except Arthur, who can't be regarded as an ordinary teenager. They didn't have classes since the academy cancelled all teaching processes. Practically they were free from all their studies, yet they can't stop. That was their own initiative to continue getting stronger. Everyone is here, go in. I told Arthur's class, as they stepped forward to Xyrus Guild. Are you seriously taking kids into a dungeon? Arthur came behind me and asked. Obviously, I wouldn't want to do this on my own, but since Arthur suggested, I replied with why not? I certainly didn't have any important things to do as of now. Minor things could be dealt with later, so I decided to allow Arthur and his class to enter the dungeon. This way they will gain experience, while it can also be considered as training. Arthur leading a group of teens alone. No, it was never an alternative. So here I am now. Whoa, everything has changed here. The same red-haired girl who earlier asked me for an autograph exclaimed. Claire Bladeheart, Caspian's niece. She seemed to be always cheerful, while in battle she was highly serious. Just like Caspian, perchance that's his influence. Taking into account that she learned swordplay from him, that's quite possible. Another one who caught my eye was Theodore Maxwell. He was the same age as Claire and was strong with his gravity magic. His attitude is also of a warrior. Nonetheless, he was very hot-headed. Glader's children were promising. They showed steady advancement after receiving the badge. Curtis Prince Boy will reach a silver core stage by age of 20, while Kathleen by 16 should be close to breaking through the white core stage. Of course, this is for now. Their progress will drastically rise after fighting real enemies. Ultimately Tesha, Arthur's eventual girlfriend dash, I think I skipped a batch of things. Let's scratch eventual. I'm somewhat confident they are by now with each other. Why do I feel so disturbed all of a sudden? Arthur surely can't read my mind, right? So what should we do now? Should we pass the examination? Questioned a blonde-haired elf with a slightly scared face. Even till this day I can't pronounce his name. Arthur, it's not your first time being here. Go to the teleportation gates. Since you possess badges you can enter through. I told them and their reaction was of surprise. Guess they don't know that guilds recently started using new gates. You have badges, Just pass through the portal and you are already at your destination. I explained. Guild halls which were usually crowded by adventurers were now empty, exceptions were only a few. Since Beast Glades were closed for adventurers, of course they wouldn't be in Xyrus, they would preferably remain in places with more quests. Nowadays, Xyrus was more of a center for trading. There aren't even the guards. Don't they fear that somebody may enter Beast Glades without a guild card or something? I have no idea who spoke, but she was a short muscular girl with blonde hair. Dwarf, I presume. I heard Beast Glades were closed for adventurers, maybe they are just slacking off? Wondered Theodore. They aren't required here, this is why. I answered their questions and took lead. If I haven't done this they would spend hours here. Arthur, sometimes take things seriously, even if it's not war. I told my brother, who was walking beside me. It didn't take us long to arrive in the lobby. Judging from astonished looks on their faces, teens didn't expect to see gigantic purple teleportation rift here at all places. That's only natural since teleportation gates in Dicathan weren't actually cracking space open, rather they just sent objects from place A to place B. Get going. I was the first one to go through the rift without waiting for others. Already on the other side of the portal, I waited for seconds till I saw Arthur enter. I wonder if he has any trust in me. Why would he be so hesitant when seconds earlier I stepped through it? Soon after many followed his actions and stepped through the portal. Welcome to Beast Glades, Arthur announced with hands wide open, after seeing the same picture he saw years ago when he for the first time visited Beast Glades. So which dungeon should we dive in? Asked Tesha. There aren't many options anyway, you don't have vast choices. I deadpanned. I recall clearing all the dungeons which could be categorized as A-class or higher. So we could either dive in B-class or lower, and there are plenty of them around. That way. I pointed in the direction where I sensed most beings with mana and started walking forward. Yet, a feeling of anxiety bothered me. There weren't any guards even after we passed rifts. Something is certainly off. Arthur noticed this too, I'm sure, given that he was quite dumbfounded after getting here. He was beforehand familiar with Beast Glades, so there wouldn't be anything other to surprise him. Let's get going, stated Arthur following me. No, this will take too long. I thought and decided to not waste time on aimless walking. Keep calm. I tried to assure the group with the warning, though it didn't work since after shadows covered them I heard girls screaming. What the hell is this? Theodore's shout echoed in my ears. Fortunately, he stopped after shadows dissipated. Quit screaming, my ears hurt, grumbled Arthur. He wasn't fazed by the occurrence anyhow. Oh, we've arrived. He then beamed up seeing an enormous cave in front of him. Weren't we in different places before? How come we are here now? Shouted puzzled Redhair, same were with others. They were shocked by the turn of events. Don't worry, it's okay if something strange happens when we are around those two. Tesha put her hand on Claire's shoulder and showed thumbs up, while also shooting me and Arthur awkward glances. Well, we are already here. Let's not keep stalling, and dive till the sun is lightening upper levels. Arthur stated and confidently walked forward into a cave. Tesha followed him, not before inhaling and exhaling air to calm herself. Others also tailed the two, while I covered their backs. It will only get colder from here, start augmenting yourself. Arthur warned his class, so they did as Arthur demanded and augmented themselves. Arthur himself hasn't done the same, though. He was okay without augmentation with Beast Will. Going down into the dungeon, the group encountered weak mana beasts. They didn't face any difficulties until they found themselves unable to continue, because of exhaustion. Inexperienced people often die in dungeons because of exhaustion. They are just not confident enough in their attacks, so they end up channeling more mana than intended. The same was with this group of teens. Let's rest here, it seems to be safe around. As Arthur said this, everyone slumped down on the grass, including himself. Mr. Ashborn, what was Arthur like when he was kid? The sudden question came from Tesha. She had a smug smile on her face. It was obvious she wanted to tease Arthur. Bold of you to assume that he has grown up. Both I and Arthur were literally born as grown, can't state that we have matured since then. I wasn't joking, however, others had different thoughts. Everyone was laughing. The task failed successfully. You aren't any different from me, said Arthur, not feeling embarrassed. He knew about two meanings behind my words. Why can't I understand if both of you are joking or not? Tesha puffed her cheeks and smashed her head on Arthur's shoulder like a little girl. I have had the same question for years now. Arthur muttered, also winking at me in the process. Their rest took quite some time. Instead of actually resting, they were chatting, joking, and laughing. Instead of checking the surroundings to assure their safety, they just laid there on the grass and looked at the ceiling. Glader's daughter was different though, she just like Arthur checked on her surroundings. I was disappointed to see Tesha resting her head on Arthur's thighs. She was literally the most highly respected student in the academy and she was most careless here, maybe because she was with Arthur. Done resting? I asked Arthur, who just looked down at Tesha. I am, but they aren't, said Arthur while caressing Tesha's hair. How could she even fall asleep in a dungeon? Okay, get up. I, using ruler's authority, picked up Tesha and put her on too. Tess simps, your sugar moments end here, at least in this chapter. Ack, already? Someone grumbled as all of them got up and prepared their weapons. Don't forget what we came here for. From the beginning, your objective was training, while I followed to supervise Arthur. I told them. With this said group followed me and Arthur without arguing. Dare to argue with an S-class adventurer? This was what the circumstances looked like from my perspective and I'm sure others had the same thoughts. We continued to go more into a dungeon, not meeting any beasts on our way. My senses couldn't pick up any magical beast on our path till now. I detected a few mana beasts further. They are hiding their presence well. I noted in my mind, it was unusual for beasts to conceal their presence so masterfully. Arthur, can you feel anything? I questioned him. In response he shook his head. I can't feel anything, but it's too quiet for a dungeon. Something is definitely there. Exactly. Arthur too noticed how unusually silent this dungeon is. Everyone, on guard. Arthur alerted others immediately and unsheathed his sword. Slowly but steadily the group continued their way and after walking through narrow passageways, they finally arrived in the large cave. It was too big to be called a cave. Even Winsome could stand straight full height here. That's unusual. Arthur murmured obvious. This cave is rather large, commented Tesha. She, too, was surprised by sheer free space here. Crack. Some cracking noises echoed in the cave. Everyone was alerted by this. Arthur realized what was happening and quickly shouted, "Get out of here!" His warning was too late. He soon looked up and saw something falling down. Yet, no noises were heard. Obviously, here I would take actions. What the hell? Someone muttered at the sight of Winsome appearing and with wings shielding them from rumbles. Arthur, go away from this place, through a portal. I commanded him and created a crack in space near his class. Hey, what is going on, Ash? No time to explain, you aren't on their level. Using ruler's authority, I literally grabbed every student in a bunch and threw them through the rift. 1, 25. 50, I started counting my newly appeared opponents. 100 soldiers here, and a few hundred outside jamming my contact, huh? I muttered, loud enough for my opponents to hear. Winsome, your former comrades? I asked my dragon servant, who in response nodded. My king, they shouldn't pose a challenge. However, I can't sense the king here. They might have ulterior motives, other than fighting you directly. We shall finish them off, to find out everything quickly. I nodded at his response and added. Within a second black armor enveloped me and dark as an abyss sword appeared in my hand. A few moments later behind me stood an army of thousands of shadow soldiers, ready to charge in battle. Scree! Kwaiawa. Both strongest ant and the dragon fully manifested, followed up with their battle cry. Shinzu was Sasajiu. JK JK JK. Chapter 48, Xyrus. Wonderful. Agrona Vritra, king of Alcria, also the head of the Vritra clan. With a wicked smile on his face, he was staring further into the territory of beast glades from the tallest place in Xyrus Academy. Earth is trembling, mana is chaotic, this feeling of death that hunts me down. What a terrifying creature. It's still affecting me from kilometers away, managing to dump our way of communication, he said with visible excitement and then looked at the unconscious body in his hands. Don't you have a wonderful family, Arthur Lewin, or should I call you King Greyhair? Agrona chuckled and then glanced at the person approaching him. Charge up the attack, we've already got my daughter and an important part of our future plans. He gave the command, the man next to him reluctantly nodded. Preparation for the activation of the devastating technique soon was done. The man who had to activate the technique was Alder, current holder of the World Eater technique. It will take time to active dash. Alder couldn't finish his words, as he noticed a bizarre sight. The same man who gave him command was pierced with black spike, though the man seemed to not mind it at all. I was wondering, where are my retainers disappearing all of a sudden? So that's what you transformed into. He spoke while looking at the shadowy figure. Finish charging technique soon. Something terrifying is approaching. At this time in the beast glades, a purple column of mana burst out in the sky. The mountain where this took place started collapsing under the pressure. Clouds above it were all pushed away as sun rays eventually struck the site. The light finally landed in the center of a massive crater, displaying Ashborn in his full glory. He was looking up into the sky. His black helmet-like liquid disappeared in his shadow, revealing the purple glowing eyes. He afterward looked around once more, to check on his surroundings. Even though Asuras were powerful beings, against the undying legion of shadows they couldn't fight forever. Although the shadow army itself could fight even for eons if their king had enough magical power for them. Scree! Baru screeched wildly, pinning down his enemy on the ground. In an instant, he blurred out of sight from their perplexing opponent. Using this moment, Winsome brought down his massive head in front of the enemy and charged another burst of energy right above Azura. An Azuran warrior was scorched alive. On the other hand, not many shadow soldiers could stand their ground against the Azuras. They were just ferociously charging at opponents, trying to exhaust them while being struck by their attacks continuously. This led to Ashborn overloading his still incomplete black heart. With the colossal amounts of mana being produced in it, the container began to fracture. So as a result, mana was bursting out from the heart in the form of dark flames with a purple hue. For Azuran warriors it seemed like Ashborn's left side of the chest was flaming. Thinking it was better to attack while the enemy wasn't moving, Azurans charged at Ashborn. The first line of their assault team flew ahead at high speed, aiming their best attack for the head. Yet, their attacks were rendered fruitless. The moment they shifted, Ashborn glared at them with his soul-piercing eyes. Even if he wasn't unleashing his intent to kill, the Azuras were shaken to the core. Viewing this, Ashborn drew his greatsword and leaped towards the nearest enemy. His blurry figure shortly appeared next to the appalled Azura, who, despite being close to demise, couldn't move. With one swift movement, he sliced his great at the chest of the foe, cutting through it like butter. Baru, Winsome. Ashborn called out for his shadows. Understood, my liege/lord. A short reply came from both soldiers. Baru expeditiously moved at the enemies, who successfully prevented being incised by Ashborn. Scree die. Baru with his claws dug into the flesh of Azura, till it came out from the other side. This wasn't enough to kill Azura, as they have superior regeneration to ordinary beings. Nonetheless, Baru as well wasn't going to stop there. With his second claw, he grabbed the head of the enemy, squeezing it so hard that it was crushed like an egg. Others were terrified. Their comrade just died so easily. Who were they even fighting against? Winsome subsequently drew up another burst of energy, directing it upon stalling enemies. With a loud bang, a blast flew towards Azuras while on its way tearing the land apart. Within the second, fried corpses were laying on the ground unmoving. Why aren't they trying to run away? Wondered Ashborn, watching other Azuras flying far away from the epicenter of the battle. There wouldn't be any need for jamming my contact if they aren't doing anything outside of Beast Glades. He narrowed eyes at Azuras who kept chanting barrier magic for the entirety of the battle. Return to my shadow, everyone. He called back all of his soldiers, confusing Azuras. When every soldier was discolored in his shadow, he closed his eyes while also withdrawing his armor and great sword. Time to stop playing around. He opened eyes and flared out all the mana accumulated in his black heart. Mana washed all over the place, covering vast amounts of land in bare seconds. Those with high sensitivity towards magic fell under heavy pressure as if the angel of death pointed its scythe on their necks. Especially creatures close to the outburst were immobilized in place. My king! Your family is in danger. After the barrier fell, a message from Yudo reached Ashborn. Ashborn even stiffened up. They were actually doing something outside of this battle. Obviously, they would aim for something he treasured. Yet, the riddle is how they knew about it. He killed Winsome and learned from him that he had no time informed Azuras. What to do about this? Ashborn glanced at the corpses of Azuras, and since he didn't have enough magical energy to summon them all, the only option for now was rest in my shadows. With the snap of his fingers, his shadow expanded and devoured the deceased bodies of Azuras. Later he will get back to this. You insect, get off me! A groan of Vritra screamed, attempting to remove Yudo, which was stuck to his body like glue. Shut up, hybrid of snake and deer! Yudo screamed back at him, not intending to lose grip on Agrona, while also taunting him. For a few minutes already, Yudo was holding Agrona in place, not giving the opportunity to teleport away. It was an amusing sight how both of them played around. Agrona using his attacks on the soul and Yudo trying to just hold him in place. Vritra with his soul attacks vastly reduced Yudo's regenerative capabilities. Unluckily for him, if Shadow Soldier's soul isn't totally destroyed, it won't die. So Yudo simply revived again, though this time much slower than before. You've fallen low, Agrona. Can't even kill a lowly creature. A new voice interrupted a quarrel of two. Destroying the whole floating city wasn't in my plans. Why would I ever want to conquer this land, if later I'm going to destroy it? In addition, I'm sure you don't wish to lose your valuable servant. Countered a quite displeased Agrona. I'll lend you a hand here. Figure overlooked the comment and mysteriously everything around him halted. As expected from the king of the Azura. Stopping time itself, what a great mastery over ether. Nonetheless, not time for bantering. Whoever we are going contrary to is no joking matter. Agrona complimented Kazes blithely, shortly his expression returned to a serious one. Those soldiers only die if they are entirely dissipated. Their soul itself regenerates, you better destroy it altogether at once. Spoke Kazes, much to Agrona's displeasure, pointing obviously. Don't tell me what I already know. Agrona put his hand on Yudo's neck, while Kazes picked up Arthur and uncovered sleeping Sylvie in his robe. Fortunately, I can always swap my retainers. This one was a waste IQ dash. Crack. Space between Yuto and Agrona's hand cracked open, revealing another hand. It quickly slapped away Agrona's hand and grabbed the snake by the neck. I figured out something was wrong, so I have arrived. With the chilling voice, Ashborn finally came out from Yudo's shadow and pinned down Vritra on the ground with a loud hit. With the previous declaration, he brought back his fist and was ready to smash the enemy's skull when he got kicked away. The force behind the kick was great, it was to be expected from Azura. Although it won't be enough against Ashborn. Great physical prowess, commented Ashborn in his mind, upon experiencing Agrona's kick. Alder, activate the technique. The monotone voice of Kazes rang out in Ashborn's ears. It shall be done, Lord Kazes, responded three-eyed Azura. Ashborn was taken off guard, he didn't expect this. A technique that causes a chain reaction in mana particles, by individual outbursts of each. This will eventually flat the ground, destroying everything not protected. I was outplayed, admitted Ashborn, staring at Kazes. Although I don't have enough mana to put this city under my authority, you will also stop me from blocking the process. Alternative for me is to let you go with Arthur before he dies from technique, or I'll ultimately absorb all the mana while doing the same with the space barrier. I was driven into a corner. Without looking away, Ashborn spoke calmly, not feeling defeated anyhow. We've got what we desired, we are leaving, ordered Kazess, glancing at sleeping Sylvie. He then proceeded to open a portal, but who gave you permission to do so? Kazess stopped in his tracks. Ashborn's authoritative voice made him wince. In addition to that, with Realmheart he could see how mana began flowing towards Ashborn. For him it was a frightening sight. Like tornado, mana commenced cycling around Ashborn's black heart. Azuras, including Kazess, widened their eyes. At this rate, the technique they were preparing for so long will be neutralized. It also made it hard to conjure things and use magic. The tornado was sucking ambient mana, making it uncontrollable to the point where in certain areas, it starts to suck out internal mana from individuals. Lord Kazess, I'll hold him off. Alder spoke up. Hearing the seriousness of his words, Kazess nodded. Person without a soul, we shall meet once again, said Agrona, walking backward to Kazess, who created the portal. Leading your soldier on the battlefield, isn't this miserable for self-proclaimed deities? Rather talkative, Ashborn zoomed next to Vritra, targeting a punch for the snake's face with great force behind. Even if Agrona was to block this attack, it would whack his head and send it on the other side of the floating city. Kazess, on the other hand, once again stopped time. He still required Agrona for something. He couldn't allow him to die yet. Just his pressure means space, the dragon commented in his mind. He swiftly took Agrona from there, while Ashborn was keeping his eyes fixed on him. Feeling the gaze of Ashborn, chills ran down on the dragon's back. 2 seconds passed for Kazess before Ashborn finally broke through the technique. Time flow went back to usual. As for Ashborn, he just hit nothing. Two with unconscious Arthur and Sylvie by now run away through the portal, leaving their soldier in the back. So you are the one who killed Windash. Shut up. 2 words from Ashborn were enough for Alder to cease his voice. Ashborn's already glowing purple eyes beamed like lasers, displaying how agitated he became. For Ashborn this battle was a loss. He got humiliated. He tasted defeat once again, but there is one peculiar thing about Shadow Monarchs. They persistently rise, even after death. Chapter 49. Baru was a simple soldier in Ashborn's shadow army. When it came to his liege, he was respectful, courageous, and devoted. He may be defined as a soldier who is unafraid of fighting. Baru would charge at his opponent mindlessly at times, and even if the enemy had greater strength than him, he would smash his limitations in the dust, destroying his opponent with pure willpower. His liege's authority permitted him to live eternally. Baru was ecstatic to have been given this opportunity by his liege. The other shadow soldiers were similar to Baru in that they were fearless in the face of formidable foes. If their sovereign so wished, they would gladly accept death. People would be unable to express their emotions if asked. The shadow soldiers possessed feelings, but nothing that any sentient being in this universe could comprehend. They died and were brought back by the King of the Dead. In comparison to before their resurrections, their feelings have radically changed. It affected even monsters with no brains and only primal impulses. They are confronted with new emotions, including hostility, contempt towards anyone who offends or provokes their king. But they are not dreadful of opponents. This was the Shadow Army's most unique feature. It might be the greatest weapon or just a waste, since they eat up liege's energy by suffering damage blindly. However, for the time being, the most fearless of the soldiers was trembling with terror, and the rest were no better. Someone was putting pressure on them? No, in fact, it was the polar opposite. They felt nothing. The attachment their liege previously had towards Raynolds, Alice, Eleanor, and Arthur Lewin faded in the deepest parts of the nothingness. Ashborn sat on his throne with his eyes closed, showing no expression. And this terrified the soldiers. The throne was in the great hall of Ashborn's castle, which was located in the Beast Glades. The leaders of the two countries were present in the Great Hall, while the third was unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. They were simply standing there, trying to act calm despite the pressure they felt coming from a certain ant, if even their breath itched. The surprising part is that Baru did not take it as a disrespectful act, but was concerned about their lives. Could Baru actually blame the weak beings for being afraid of the chilly wind which mysteriously flew back and forth? Unlike him, they didn't have an explanation for the wind being in a sealed environment. Ashborn slowly opened his eyes and inspected the people present. He then glanced at the right side of his chest and placed his hand on it. This seems to bring some problems. Clutching something invisible, the wind in the room seemed to calm down. Ashborn closed his eyes, inhaled, then reopened them and spoke, once more glancing at the people in the room. I have 3 announcements to make, one of which is pleasant, but the others are not. He continued with his arms folded and his legs crossed. I'll start with the awful ones, the first of which being a massive fight for the entire continent. The second, even the continent's strongest, has little chance of surviving the battle. Ashborn indeed revealed the awful news for the people in the vicinity. Does that mean? The wide-eyed Blaine stuttered, the others were no different than him. The deities of yours are not so angelic as in your legends. Ashborn remarked coldly. The casualty in the Xyrus Academy wasn't anything compared to what had to come, but it did bring death to hundreds of people. The leaders of the countries were well aware of the disaster which happened there, as their own children are attending the facility. They were lucky enough to survive. I haven't mentioned the third piece of information. As Ashborn stated this, hope sparked in others' eyes. In a year, the additional dimensional rifts will open across the continent of Dicathan. If the denizens of this continent wish to survive, then they shall step through it. Ashborn clarified. Bradash. Mr. Ashborn, I need to know what we are signing for, the oldest elf in the room demanded. Of course, it was Virion Aerolith, who was already tired of being not informed about the situation entirely. For the leader, it's formidable to ask out of concern for his people. But in some cases, when you know that you don't stand a chance and someone offers help, you have to shut up and accept. The less you know, the better it shall be for you. Ashborn in response waved his hand, denying the man on the spot. I'm afraid then, we can't work together. The old man's words hardened Ashborn's face. He narrowed his eyes on the elf. Are you implying you want your people to die? The question brought the man to halt his pace and think about the previous statement more. But then again, with those teleportation gates, we have no idea where we're headed. The elf mumbled. Then I'll have to revise my statement. This is the only way for your people to survive, either go through the rift or end up dying. There was no need for Ashborn to tell them everything. It is better if they don't know about where those rifts would lead to. But Virion received the glare, which will remain in his memories for the rest of his life. Mr. Ashborn, what are you planning on doing? Caspian gathered his courage and asked out of concern. I'll be doing what I was best at, bestowing death, inwardly answered Ashborn. Ashborn continued to travel through the streets of Xyrus, the floating city. Because he didn't want to lose the present Black Heart, he restricted himself from using anything linked to the magic. His magic came from the darkness, and the Black Heart performed an excellent job of creating mana out of it. However, by simply overusing his own power, Ashborn fractured the shell of Black Heart and greatly reduced his supply of the magical energy, mana. Apart from storing a large number of corpses and maintaining a constant low supply of mana for them, Ashborn now had to refrain from sending his warriors into the battle. Until he completely seals the Black Heart's shell, he should monitor it cautiously. My liege, it shall be for better if you stop supplying the dead corpses with the mana. Baru advised him telepathically. No, they will be great additions. Ashborn denied his servant immediately. The Azuras he killed were simply too valuable soldiers. With their ether arts, Azuras were on par with the monarchs. He couldn't deny that. Unlike the monarchs, though, their mana capacity and skill set were severely limited. This doesn't mean that they could fight against the monarchs directly. By this time, Ashborn had already arrived in front of the Helstia Manor. With the heavy steps, he walked up on the stairs and knocked on the large doors. A few seconds later he heard someone running to the door and opening it. "Ash, you have come right on time. Your parents were worried." "Wait, where is Arthur?" Vincent, the one who opened the door, was perplexed. While glancing at the man with glasses, the auburn-haired boy remained silent. This made it abundantly clear to Vincent that something had happened, so he didn't press on and instead freed space for Ashborn to get in the manor. Ash walked past him, not even glancing back at the man. With rapid steps, he moved towards the manna signature of his parents. When he entered the hall where his parents were, Ashborn saw the worried expressions on their faces, as both Alice and Raynolds were restlessly trembling on the couches. Of course, they would be worried. His arrival was shortly noticed by Alice, who jumped up and exclaimed, "Ash!" She ran up to him, with his husband following right after with a somewhat relaxed expression. "My baby, I was so worried." "Where is Arthur?" She hugged Ashborn tightly and buried her face in his chest. Waiting for the response, Alice looked up to see the neutral face of Ashborn. "Where's Arthur, Ash?" When his father questioned, the anxious expression on his face reappeared. "He is still alive, although there is something I must tell you about his location," the boy answered instantly, easing their worries for a few seconds. "Arthur was kidnapped." A silence followed right after his words. Alice stumbled backward, her face flushed with disbelief, and Raynolds shared his wife's look. Then there was a commotion behind Ashborn's back, as if someone was listening in on their talk and leaving as soon as Ashborn made his declaration. "I will bring Arthur back, I promise this. Now, I'll talk with Ellie." Ashborn abruptly exited the room without waiting for them to speak up. Ashborn followed Ellie's steps, which resounded in the manor. She was obviously running to her room. Ash walked up on the second floor and approached Ellie's room silently. He pushed open the door to find Ellie wrapped in her blankets, with little cries emanating from her. The brother reached her bed and took a seat on the edge of it. "Everything is fine with Arthur, he is still alive." For the time being, the brother made a huge blunder by closing his speech this way, as Ellie's cries just grew louder. "Anyway, Ellie, I promise I will get back your brother." Ellie was stroked on the head by Ash, who placed his hand on her head. "You are going anyway?" she voiced between sobs. "Yes, and I'll be back. Don't worry, I'll protect you even when I'm far away." Behind Ashborn appeared dark monsters with glowing purple eyes, something Ellie had not seen. Ashborn exited Ellie's room after assuring himself that she fell asleep peacefully. When he left the room, he was met with Raynolds standing on the opposite side of him. "Got a minute to talk, before the departure?" "I want to talk like father to son," inquired Raynolds. "I've got a few minutes on my hands," Ash replied to his father, and the two of them walked to the manor's backyard. Already outside of the manor, Raynolds looked at his son with serious determination. "Ash, are you sure you told us everything?" Raynolds queried, his gaze fixed on Ashborn's. "I haven't," Ashborn replied while gazing up at the starry night sky. "Huh, for all those years. I still don't fully understand my own son." Hearing his son's remark, the father laughed. "For 8 years already, since you revealed your awakening, I don't know how truly powerful you are. It's frustrating not to know how your own son is growing up. You and Arthur, it feels like we haven't really played any roles in your development. How can I even be called father at this rate?" Raynolds sighed, his sadness clearly visible on his face. "If there is something specific you require assistance with, please let us know. I'm ready. If you need anything, just ask me or Alice. We'll always be there to help and encourage you." With the determination leaking out of his eyes, the father stated. Ashborn was taken aback, even though he knew how much his parents adored them. But, just like now, when Raynolds let out all of his thoughts, it seemed more reassuring to know what his father was thinking about them. "Ash!" Raynolds called out for his son. The son turned to face his father, who extended his hand to give him a fist bump. For a few moments, Ash seemed lost, but then he smiled warmly and returned the fist bump, making Raynolds return the smile. "Sorry, but I can't put you through this because of my personal issues." I'm going to do it by myself. Chapter 50. To proceed with the plans, Ashborn has to neutralize the inner problems of Dicathan. It was necessary to halt the pace of the Alacrian army, which might or might not proceed with the previous plan of declaring war on this continent. It would be necessary to eliminate another group of traitors anyway, as they will cause far more problems than the Azuras do now if not dealt with. He could tell the council, but alone they wouldn't be able to take care of the White Core mages. The kingdom of Darv officially betrayed the continent of Dicathan, so their current leaders all had to be eliminated, including their lances. This is exactly what Ashborn is doing right now, eliminating the Dwarven Kingdom's rulers. In the capital of Darv, an underground city, the former Greysunder's castle, which this time served as the Senate. From the outside, the castle appeared unremarkable, especially in comparison to Ashborn's ant-built fortress. What was within, though, was a mystery. For Ash, it was evident that the castle was under the influence of some sort of enchantment that concealed presences within structures. My own mana is messing with my perception, wondered Ash, as he couldn't sense anyone behind the walls of this castle. Then I'll look into it myself. He made his way closer to the fortress. Upon getting closer, Ashborn saw that the castle was not guarded by dwarves, nor was there anyone outside of the castle. Inspecting the watchtowers, there was no one. Inspecting the gates, there was no one. Many people would be perplexed as to why there were no guards. Either they have a variety of defenses in the palace or they believe no one will attack them, which is foolish, as you technically betrayed Dicathan, the continent you live on. Whilst also wandering to the unguarded gate, Ashborn looked back every now and again to see whether anyone was nearby. It had to be muddy on the road he was on, but it was already dry. The issue was, where the hell were the individuals who hadn't stepped on those roads in a long time? The queen, Glotera, who was useless to Ashborn, was most likely slain. The elder dwarf Alfred mentioned was almost certainly a traitor from the start. It was, however, too early to reach any conclusions. Ashborn walked through the gate not before pushing the large metallic door, which was left open, suspicious. Were they rushing? Ashborn pondered. Why would they leave the castle's gate open if they didn't have to? Despite this, he proceeded. It felt like he was diving into the pool when he entered the castle grounds. This indicated that some type of barrier had been erected around the castle, and Ashborn could already sense a presence within it. Are they preparing for a surprise attack? Ashborn reasoned that it would be a waste of time, because he didn't see why they would ambush him. His skills should be known by both the Azuras and the Vritras. He drew his brows together. When he looked around, all he saw were dark corridors and doors heading somewhere else. Ash made the decision to keep heading into the darkness. All the luxuriousness of the royal castles was nowhere to be seen. Just plain walls, floors, ceilings, doors, and every piece of furniture was moved out of here. Ashborn tapped his fingers on the wall. Dust isn't even gathered here. In the underground city, dust should gather quickly on things. But there was none, so this meant the castle was just emptied. Ashborn followed the dark passage, which, with its enigmatic silence, would frighten anyone. Only Ash's footsteps could be heard throughout the castle, his metallic-like boots resonating throughout the corridors. His attention was drawn to the door at the end of the passageway. Without hesitation, he pulled the door wide, showing a large hall with a desk in the center. He closed the gap, looked at the desk for a few moments, and then pulled the drawer out to see what was inside. Ashborn hummed, when he saw some kind of letter. The papers were nothing special, so he put them back and proceeded to open a second drawer. Curiosity got the better of Ashborn, and he took the entire drawer out of the socket, which had some kind of thin string attached to it. Ash frowned. Certainly there was some setup, but it was merely a meaningless ambush. He didn't understand the reason behind it. The next thing Ashborn saw was the hall's floor bursting open and engulfing everything in flames. A few people could be spotted outside the castle on the surrounding walls. They were both viewing the horrific spectacle of the entire castle being put on a bluff and lighting the enormous caves. It felt like the underground city had finally viewed the sun, but no, it was just an explosion. An explosion big enough to blow up the entire castle and its surrounding area. Micah thinks we hit him, thought out loud the small dwarf, with a childish appearance. Someone would mistake Micah Earthborn for a kid, but she is older than everyone might think. She was around 50 years old. Don't let your guard down, Micah. Lord wouldn't call him the strongest enemy for no reason, called out the elderly man with a gruff voice. Alfred had already confronted Ashborn and was well aware of his power. The painful memories of his humiliation haunt him to this day, and the reason for it was Ashborn. Despite the fact that this surprise ambush had been meticulously planned, he remained terrified. The whole castle was planted with a lot of explosives, but even this wasn't the end. A few seconds after the temperature in the cave rose, the planted roof runes started working. Lightning struck the core of the explosion in a blitz, causing yet another huge bang. The shock waves traveled across if not them being white core mages, it would surely knock them of both. Micah suggests checking out if he is dead, old man. Not waiting for a response, Micah flew forwards. Wait! Alfred shouted at her and turned to the person next to her, waiting for command. Go save your brethren, before she dies without any use, the horn creature told him. Alfred gritted his teeth in anger and flew right after Micah. Yet, it was already too late to stop the female dwarf, as she was already far from there. Alfred tracked her down, and she was already at the ruins, watching as the blazing fire kept on burning the entirety of the castle. But it was too late to stop the female dwarf because she was already far away. When Alfred found her, she was already among the remains of a castle, watching as the roaring fire consumed everything in its path. Micah, don't do anything without permission, he scolded his partner. But, Micah thinks that the target is eliminated. A rumble could be heard near them a split second after she finished speaking. The dreadful pressure flowed across the terrain, and the two white core mages felt it, and they both went on high alert. Glancing toward the noise, both of them were shocked to see the boy topless and only with trousers and shoes. The burns that the boy probably received from the explosion were steadily healing. Is Micah the only one seeing the boy? Micah exclaimed, turning to the old man. Micah, the man yelled back as he saw the youngster run for Micah's manicore with his hand sharpened like a spear. Alfred pulled Micah back and protected her from attack by summoning a magma soldier in front of him. As Ashborn's fist tore through the construct moments later, with this, Alfred gained time, as he created magma armor. I thought you have learned your lesson, but it seems I was wrong. Ashborn maintained his calm demeanor. The more Alfred stared into a boy's eyes, the more uneasy he became. He felt incredible frustration since the person still didn't take him seriously, so he did what warriors do. He tried to punch Ashborn, but it was in vain, as Ashborn effortlessly deflected the assault. Strikes 1, 2, and 3 were followed by a slew of others, all of which had a lot of force behind them. But Ashborn successfully avoided them without taking any damage. The hot magma that made contact with his flesh left only a minor burn that quickly healed. Micah, who was watching the 1v1 duel, couldn't help but feel both amazed and frightened. The man he knew as the strongest was getting played on by the unknown boy. Each strike made by Alfred only played against him. The way Ashborn avoided the punches and deflected them gradually broke down the opponent's defense. Alfred's stance became faulty as the distance between his legs widened, making his posture unstable. Despite his proximity to Alfred and the lack of supplementary shielding, Ashborn remained in Alfred's striking zone and neutralized it from the outset. Ah! Micah joined the combat with the war cry, only to be blasted flying by Ashborn's kick. Ashborn's leg collided into the abdomen with tremendous force. Micah spits out saliva as a result and collides with a stone wall, shattering it. This is it, thought Alfred, seeing the opening for the attack. Unfortunately for him, his magma-covered magma fist was smacked away. Instead, his entire chest was now exposed. Shit! Alfred cursed out loud. Squinting his eyes and crossing his hands before his chest, he was prepared to take the damage. Alfred could see Ashborn's brilliant purple eyes approaching him, like an absolute predator, through his restricted and foggy vision. However, Alfred's anticipation was wrong, the best weapon for a mage here. is the mana core. On the way, Ashborn thrust the man's abdomen with his palm, breaking the mana core. Alfred's eyes widened as a horrible realization dawned on him. Ash's hand was protruding from the person's back, and no amount of healing magic would be able to help him because Ashborn's corrosive to weak people mana was already on the wound. Grabbing the man by the head and lifting him, Ashborn stared him in the eyes for the last time. He then tightened his muscles and crushed the man's skull before dropping him lifeless on the ground. Ewa! Another scream could be heard from behind Ashborn. Micah, who witnessed the death of Alfred, gathered all her strength and stood up, augmenting herself with tons of mana, enhancing her steps by gravity magic. As she hurried towards Ashborn, the earth rocked beneath her feet. Micah swung a massive mace over her head and tried to slam it down on the boy's head. The attack was fruitless once again, as Ashborn's palm caught the mace and halted it in its tracks. Micah's attempt to retreat was similarly unsuccessful, as the youngster drew the mace towards him as well as Micah. Micah's final recollection of the youngster was of his palm covering her eyes. "You brought me a lot of problems," the auburn-haired stated, before lifting the short girl from the ground. He manifested the sword made out of darkness, prepared to quickly finish off the shorty. But an unexpected occurrence happened, and someone swiftly landed close to him. "Got you!" With the abomination's grin plastered on its gray face, it actually cut Ashborn's hand with the sword in it. Ash tossed the woman to the ground and stared at the creature with his eyes focused. "For a moment, I thought you were Ceres. So, you are just snake-blooded." The remark made by Ashborn provoked the creature with horns. "Is this just another Azura toy?" thought Ashborn, seeing some of his mana eaten by the creature's sword. "Surprised to see your mana being devoured?" "Heh, it's because of this sword, it was especially made to devour you magical energy. Ruler's authority." "Just great." The cut-off hand with the sword flew back to his place and reattached itself, Ashborn replied. "Then, I'll get started." Chapter 51, Ashborn glared daggers in the direction of the guy in front of him. Ashborn's attitude appeared to be calm and uncaring, but the horned creature could read everything in his eyes. The creature's presence was overwhelmed by the soul-piercing purple glowing eyes and the mana oozing from Ashborn's black heart. The king, without a question. The presence which dominated over others. No matter what the horned creature has seen in his quite long life, nothing would compare to this one. Amazing, his mana is on another level entirely. The lizardic creature was already getting energized. The amount of energy absorbed by the armor he was wearing was astounding. To be thinking, this is just from his presence. The chills ran down his spine. The animal instincts told him to flee, but he had no choice. Meanwhile, Ashborn, who had already reattached his hand, had a very different thought process. "This sword and armor of his, it is absorbing my mana." A person with enough perception of magic would be able to see what was going on with the surrounding magic. The mana that was leaking directly from Ashborn was absorbed by the opponent's armor. The sight appeared to be hauntingly similar to an electric dipole. The mana was being emitted by Ashborn, while the armor was receiving it. "I have to stop this forcefully." The flow from Ashborn's black heart was purposely stopped by him. The lizard noticed this. "Don't let your guard down." His figure seemed to spread out into thin air. The sword he held was untraceable by normal eyes. Ashborn would have to avoid it as it was absorbing the mana. But however crazily it might sound, Ash deflected it with his fist. So it can't absorb hardened magical energy. Ashborn came to a conclusion after noting that the amount of mana in his hand had not reduced. The mana hardened to the point when it could be considered a matter. This was harmful to Blackheart, but it's not much damage. The lizard continued his bombardment with the sword, trying to cut with it through Ashborn's flesh. The sword was leaving black threads after every slash. The afterimages, merging into a continuous stream of blows, created the illusion that Ashborn and the lizard were bound by a black cord. Regardless, the lizard accelerated his pace. The absorbed mana in his armor was transferred to him, considerably boosting the potency of his assaults. But every blow was reflected. Ashborn seemed to be surrounded by the aureolas of black threads, yet he remained unscathed. The lizard's energy was sapped with each onslaught, and it was reabsorbed by its rightful owner. It was already too late when the lizard recognized what was going on. For the first time, his opponent took a step forward. The lizard's face became stiff, and he appeared to be concerned. The number of black threads increased as Ash approached closer. In less than a moment, he was already standing right in front of the lizard's face. The following happened almost instantly. A large hole appeared in the lizard's chest. From the translucent trail in the air, it wasn't hard to realize that Ashborn's hand pierced the attacker's chest. Surprisingly, the lizard leaped back instead of dropping lifeless, with the gaping hole in his chest. This armor has a lot more enticements. After his devastating attack, Ashborn was surprised to see the opponent standing. Grr. The lizard growled. Huh. Weren't snakes supposed to hiss? The auburn-haired wondered. The lizard's armor made the user's suffering disappear. It significantly improved overall skills, to the point where, if Yu wore it during the first confrontation with Ashborn, he would be on equal footing with him at that time. There was, however, a major drawback. Along with the pain, the sense of exhaustion disappeared along with it. The armor created an unstoppable battle maniac who had to kill the enemy at the cost of the user's life. I should aim for the head. Ashborn contemplated this as he readied for another assault. By concentrating the layers of magical energy on his sword to later create a singular slash with the swing, he clenched his grasp on the massive sword and raised it above his head. He flung the black abyssal weapon at his foe with all of his bodily power. A single black line appeared on the ground, stretching from Ashborn to the opponent in front of him. And the lizard had already been damaged before any noise could be heard. As his eyes began to lose their colors, the dark thread extended throughout the lizard. Is that thing still alive? The lizard was still upright, but his life energy was dwindling. It was, however, standing and moving. Maybe. The armor was the answer. By drawing on the user's soul, the armor strengthens itself. This lizard, already on instinct, the Liz know, it's now the armor that is fighting. The armor raised the sword that it held and unleashed the remaining mana of Ashborn. Even these scraps of the total mana reserves of Ashborn would be harmful to anyone. The mana was blasted forward by the sword in the shape of an arrow. The first few managed to hit Ashborn and leave the deep mana, but the damage was quickly recovered. Ag! The lizard let out a cry. How it was still able to make noise was a marvel. It wasn't completely dead, though. He lost his sanity. It was obvious that the reptile had gone insane. At this pace, the fight will go on until the lizard's life energy runs out. This sets Ashborn at a disadvantage, so he had to finish it quickly. He closed his eyes and completely ignored his opponent. At the same moment, the atmosphere completely changed. Even the mindless beast could feel the dead cold that ran through the battlefield. In the black bubbles, Ashborn's dark sword extended. Ashborn was inspired by the concept of the lizard's sword. It cut through his defense by devouring it. So why not create a blade that devours everything? The sword's bubbles subsided, and its size changed as it took on the shape of a standard katana. But the most intriguing part was that it started sucking everything around itself. The space mended as it was sucked in it. The universe itself is trying to fill the void in this sword, remarked Ashborn in his mind. With the use of his power, Ashborn created the space of nothingness within the sword. The universe is attempting to fill an anomaly that shouldn't exist by drawing in its surroundings. Only a minute. That was the time Ashborn calculated. He would only be able to hold this sword for the next minute. If it weren't for the constant stream of mana sheltering him from the blade, the Ashborn would have been devoured as well. Ashborn chose this to finish the battle with a percentage of 100%. There was no way of countering the sword, for it was sucking up pretty much everything. I had my eyes closed. What kind of creativity can lesser beings muster? An abyss, darkness, and death were the wellspring of his power. Despite this, he acquired a lot of knowledge about his own power through being among the inhabitants of this realm for only 12 years. Meanwhile, the opponent was being drawn towards the blade as he was being sucked into nothingness as well. In alarm, he jumped back, trying to flee and prepare for another attack. Ashborn didn't waste any time and rushed around in a circle. The lizard had lost sight of the auburn-haired, but by the trail of mended space, he realized. Ashborn was really close to him, at a distance enough to slice through him. Behind him stood Ashborn, who had already pulled his weapons and was ready to slay him. Above all, the purple glowing eyes terrified him. As the dark sword curled its way through him, the armor became irrelevant. Slicing open the chest in a diagonal, the sword came out from the other side of the lizard's body. It's like there was no obstacle. This time I'm certain. The lizard's lifeless body dropped down, cut in half, as the sword faded. Sweat dripped down his brow. The armor caused some trouble, but Ashborn got out of it. The Azuras knew of me using the enormous amounts of mana in attacks, so they created this armor just for this wasteful battle? While staring at the lizard's evaporating body, Ash furrowed his brows. Before you go, you should give me some information. He picked up the lizard by the head. He despised having to go through other people's memories, but this time it might provide some insight. It's merely armor, as I suspected. Kadale Vritra, one of those lizard-blooded. The scythe, while not as powerful as an Azura, might be able to hold its own against non-warriors. Without wearing the armor. Ashborn inspected the memories of the lizard. So, he is the one who assassinated Sylvie's mother. The Dragon Clan's princess. In Kadale's memories, Ash even saw Kid Arthur for a moment. We don't know if she died for real. Apart from the facts regarding this armor, there is nothing that could help me. What a waste of time. He dropped Kadale's dead body on the ground. Ashborn paused for a moment. If the Azuras mass-produce those armors, he will be at a significant disadvantage. He needed to restore his black heart before they struck again, which would happen sooner or later. But before this dwarf girl. We won't be able to disperse our forces across the continent. We need to focus on specific places. In any case, we don't stand a chance against them. Blaine Glader, the king of Sapin, roared. We cannot leave Darv's resources, we need them. Eleanor's king, Alduin Aerolith, stood in opposition to his fellow council member. Silence! We are certain that the deities will not pass through our territory on their own. According to the intel we received from Cynthia and spies, Alacria's will be. Virion's strong voice echoed around the room. We should abandon at least a few cities and evacuate people. We will concentrate only on major cities. Besides, Cynthia also revealed that the Alacrians have sentries. We can't fight against the Alacrians using the hit-and-run tactic. Caspian, a hard worker, spoke up. Someone broke through the doors at that precise moment. While dragging the tiny child by the collar, Ashborn made his presence known. The kingdom of Darv betrayed Dicathan. Here is the one you can interrogate. He said this as he threw Dwarf Micah's unconscious body to the floor. He then turned to face Caspian and hurled two small objects at him. Those were the items that aided Silvercore magicians in attaining the White Core stage. But if they were in the hands of Ashborn, that meant he had to seize them by force, as no lance would ever hand over such a valuable artifact to an unknown person. Caspian, those artifacts are now yours. Select only capable people for your own safety. For now, I'm cutting the communication with you. I have lost too much time fixing the problem with Darv. However, before I depart, I guarantee you that I will return only when the time is right. Farewell till then. Ashborn vanished, leaving the room deafeningly quiet. Already outside of the room, the auburn-haired man glanced for the last time at his own castle. Saris, you're right on time. Chapter 52. Saris, you're right on time. When Ashborn noticed a presence near him, he turned around. He recognized the mana signature this time. It was unmistakably Saris. A few problems appeared, but it shouldn't be too serious. The woman finally stepped out of the shadows and met Ashborn's eyes. Mind telling me what's going on? You appear to be a little restless. Ceres's anxious expression drew Ashborn's question. The answer never came out of her mouth. Instead, she was looking at the right side of Ashborn's chest. The auburn-haired understood. She was actually afraid of the Black Heart's leaking mana. A minor issue has arisen, which I am attempting to resolve. Ashborn pointed at the Black Heart, indicating it was the issue. I see, but why did you summon me? For a little while, Ashborn considered his options. He wasn't sure how to tell her to play the taxi driver's role. The real reason, however, was to drop him off in Alacria. I thought it would be obvious. Tell me the brief report of the situation in Alacria. With certainty in his voice, he replied. The woman deadpanned at him. Your soldier is literally always in my shadow. She narrowed her eyes. I'm well aware of this fact. Alacria isn't in a pleasant state right now. Even though people hail Vritras, a lot of them are afraid of the upcoming war. I'm sure you're aware of that as well. The scythe elaborated. It seems that even you are not aware of it. Ash muttered. Ceres heard this and questioned him. I'm not aware of what? Recently, one of the scythes assaulted me while wearing the strange armor. Besides, there is some alliance going with the Azuras and Vritras. The young man explained himself and went on. There were 2 attacks, the second of which had a dubious motive. Maybe it was to put new armor to the test? I'm not sure, but I killed Cadale the scythe regardless. At the mention of Cadale, Ceres widened her eyes. The scythe and Cadale at that? The mystery is as to why. Why attack when you know you're going to lose anyway? Agrona saw my strength firsthand. He pondered as he rested his hand on his chin. You have confronted Agrona? Maybe that's why he hasn't shown himself. Her words piqued Ashborn's interest. So the lizard hasn't been in Alacria. Ceres, you might have a chance to move your plans now. No, it's too early. People still have faith in Vritras. I'm not sure if my small move can change their minds. She shook her head in denial. If you don't try, you'll never know. However, you may have a legitimate point. The majority of the population has faith in lizards, just wait until it dries out. The vein on the woman's forehead exploded. Unwittingly, the auburn-haired insulted him once more. What should we do about it? Ashborn entered into a lengthy thought process in response to the woman's query. He wasn't a political expert and didn't have any prior experience in the field. However, Ash has spent a lot of time observing people and knows what drives them. Humans are led by their inner impulses and emotions, whether they like it or not. So the easiest way is to implant fear in them. I have an idea, but I need to work out a minor snag. It simply won't work out without this. He responded while pointing at his black heart. How long will it take to fix it? The woman asked. Based on my previous experience in relic tombs, it should take a few months without my army. Also, I'd like to stop utilizing magic because it takes a toll on my black heart. Ceres was perplexed as to what the black heart was, but she didn't pursue the matter further. Without using magic? Are you sentencing yourself to death? Ceres was completely confused by Ashborn's statements. Ashborn fixed his gaze on the woman as if he was asking her, seriously? You are asking this? I said something wrong, didn't I? The woman couldn't help but feel worried about her safety. I'm confident in my capabilities, even without the usage of magic. He answered confidently, his eyes locked on the woman. Well, not that Ceres could refuse him or anything. Even though the pressure he was emitting was greater than those of the Vritras, she herself wasn't weak generally speaking. She was a Vritra-blooded Alacrian, one of the scythes. Yet, she felt powerless. So, I should deliver you to one of the relic tombs. Preferably in a safe place, right? Inquired Ceres. Ashborn just nodded. Couldn't you teleport? I can, but I don't know where to teleport. Ashborn could open up a rift in space wherever he wants, but this requires quite a lot of mana. He had enough mana for it, just constant regeneration of it harms the black heart, which is severed. Fine. Sarah Denoir, currently just a student at the Central Dominion Academy in Alacria. But because of the preparation for the war, the academy was closed. Now she is in her blood's manor. Instead of calling it a family, the Alacrians called it blood. Technically, it's still family, so don't get too worked up over it. Because of her ancestry, she was adopted by Denoirs. She had richer blood, therefore it was a foregone conclusion that she would awaken her abilities. As a result, she was adopted by Denoirs for training. Rustle. Sarah was awakened by the sound of papers dropping in her chamber. When she looked over to her desk, she noticed that the wind was blowing papers all over the place. She was puzzled as to why there was suddenly wind when all of the windows were shut. It didn't take long to learn the reason behind it. Perhaps summoning you was a poor idea. The deep voice resounded in her ears. Turning around, she saw a tall, auburn-haired boy with purple glowing eyes, maybe the same age as her. Next to him was her mentor, Saris Vritra. She immediately sank to her knees as a result of the great pressure exerted by the two. She wasn't a powerful mage for now, and her heritage didn't help much either. Creating portals is not an easy job, especially with just mana. She then heard the voice of her mentor, who was panting lightly. I still had to give you some of my mana. The auburn-haired boy responded. Excuse me. Sarah decided to interrupt their chatter. Her tutor, like the boy, gave her a sidelong glance. Saris was confronted by a young girl kneeling in front of her with ruby eyes and midnight, navy blue hair. The auburn-haired was perplexed at first, but he soon understood what had happened. Sarah, I see you have progressed, Saris spoke up. The boy next to him gave her a deadpan look. Seriously, you just barged into someone's home and that's how you announce yourself? Sighed Saris, I have completed the training you have planned for me. However, it seemed that Sarah didn't mind it. That's great. Saris nodded and looked at the boy next to her. I presume this is the safe place you talked about. That's exactly it. The high-blood Denoirs owe me some favors, besides my status gives me a lot of privileges. Saris explained. Sarah wondered who the auburn-haired boy was in the meantime. How could he be so casual with one of the scythes? What about the girl? She is trustworthy, declared the woman, assuring the auburn-haired. After some time of observing the girl, he spoke up again. Like you, she has the mana of a lizard. I assume she is an acquaintance of yours, maybe even your relative. Be it then, I'll trust you for now. Saris again ignored the insult, which this time affected not just him. Sarah's face flinched visibly after hearing his statement. Did he find out about my awakening? She had been concealing her Vritra blood awakening for quite some time. So it was surprising how he discovered it while she was wearing an artifact. She is Vritra-blooded, just like me, but as I said, she is trustworthy. It doesn't matter, since we're already here, then I'm going. The boy just waved her off. Sarah could only look at them, unable to speak. She was baffled as to what was going on, but even though she was in her own room, she felt out of place. Just like that? Saris rummaged through the boy's belongings and found nothing. Who would conceive of going inside the relic tombs without first making preparations? I know you're powerful, but jumping into the relic tombs without magic or preparation is perilous. She continued. I'll fetch something before I dive. Besides, I always have my equipment with me. Out of nowhere, the black sword appeared in his hands. Huh, he doesn't have a storage ring. Sarah's eyes widened, unsure if it was a hallucination. All right, you might still take some supplies. After all, you are still human. Saris gave up on the idea of instructing the boy. Sarah, perhaps you could help him out a little. Ah. Yes, please follow me. Sarah, still a little shaken, reacted abruptly and motioned the auburn-haired to follow him. In response, the boy simply shrugged and followed Sarah's lead, under Saris's watchful eye. He grew suspicious of the look on the woman's face. He couldn't detect the hostility earlier, so what was she planning? Anyway, they exited the room with Sarah, leaving the older woman alone. They strolled side by side through Denoir's manor's enormous corridor, passing several different doors along the way. Sarah's curiosity was killing her. She was escorting someone she didn't know. Furthermore, the pressure that is firing every feeling in her is exacerbating the situation. Her trembling posture didn't go unnoticed by the boy. He closed his eyes and sighed before the pressure evaporated, as if it had never existed before. I forgot she is still young. Eh? When the startled girl looked up at the boy, who was only looking forward. It's only natural that your lizard senses are heightened. This should ease them, at least for now. The boy commented without looking at her. The girl could finally breathe freely. They made their way in silence. Sarah was still uneasy about being so close to this person, while the second had simply followed the first. May I know your name? Gathering all her courage, Sarah asked the boy. It's Ashborn. Briefly responded the auburn-haired boy. Still, the girl wasn't done, as she wanted to learn more about his relationship with her mentor. Do you have a good relationship with Saris? Perhaps. For Ashborn, she was more of an acquaintance or colleague than a friend. I see. Sarah nodded, still clueless though. Are you also the scythe? She asked again, stuttering because she was afraid of touching the private topic. I'm not. She sighed at this. Thankfully he wasn't. Anyway, Sarah was left with further questions about the person named Ashborn after another quick response. What should I choose? Ashborn wondered aloud. Denoir's storage area had an excessive amount of diversity, particularly in terms of meal ingredients. The King of the Dead was not particularly good at cooking and had no idea what he had to choose. So he chose random things. It'd be better if I just grabbed something on the way. Ashborn wished he hadn't taken the scythe's advice. Sarah, meanwhile, wasn't sure if she should laugh. It was fun to see how the auburn-haired boy embarrassed himself. I'll help you if you don't mind. She made the decision to assist him. If not, they would probably spend eternity there. Ash didn't say no, and simply let her pick the stuff. Do you even know how to cook them? Sarah questioned obviously. Ashborn didn't know how to cook any of these ingredients. No. The men are so helpless, haha. Sarah attempted to joke. Right. However, it can be solved. Sarah swiftly remedied her predicament. The confused boy just raised an eyebrow. What does she mean by that? Follow me. She squealed and ran out of the storage room. Question mark. Ash looked at the girl, puzzled. He had to later track down the girl by her mana signature, which wasn't a hard task to do. She was the only one aside from Saris who had similar to Virtue's mana, so Ashborn found her quickly. The funny thing is, in this large mansion, he hasn't seen many people. How do they even tidy up this enormous manor? Sniff. Ashborn's senses were sharpened. He could smell some fresh, light, and energetic scent reaching for him. It's coming from that girl's location. He stepped into one of the closest doors. Sarah was, of course, there, preparing something. Well, judging from the scent, she was definitely cooking something. You are finally here. Come, it's almost done. Sarah noticed him standing in the doorway and called out. Done already? Ashborn couldn't help but be impressed with her speed. Her previously nervous expression was nowhere to be seen. As he was told, he quickly took a seat and waited for the meal to arrive. From time to time, Ashborn glanced at the meal, checking if it was prepared. This earned a chuckle from Sarah, who somehow noticed this. This is delicious cooking, Sarah. I'm even jealous. Saris announced her presence and stepped into the kitchen. Maybe because you can't cook? And how would you know? Silric told me many things. Nonchalantly said Ashborn, but he only later realized the weight of his words. Saris was embarrassed. How could you, Silric? She was stalked, and the most embarrassing part was, Silric always remained in her shadow. It's done! Sarah exclaimed, bringing a few plates with fluffy and soft buns on them. The buns jiggled like jello as she placed them on the desk. There was more to those buns, they had a peculiar smell. That was exactly the scent Ashborn could smell before. Please, taste it. Sarah gave the 2 forks to eat. I might give it a try. Not wasting time, Sarah dug into her portion of food. Her fork slid effortlessly through the buns as if they were butter. Soon after, another bunch of aromas flowed out. I can already tell, it's sweet, Sarah remarked as she finally tasted it. Ashborn sat back and waited for the woman to take a bite. Sarah herself also took a bite from his portion. Well, that's too sweet. The horned woman spoke out and slid the fork onto the plate, not intending to finish the meal. Both females were now looking at Ashborn, who had already taken a bite of the sweet. Ash's lips twitched upward, it was indeed sweet. It's good, he stated and took another bite. They had not anticipated this outcome. Saris, in particular, had no idea that the emotionless monsters she had encountered before liked sweets. But it's too sweet, Saris added again. Ashborn didn't refuse her. Buns were literally soaked in sweetness. This reminds me. I've always wanted to try ice cream. After all those countless fights, even Ashborn wanted to taste something sweet. And there was one particular treat he wanted to try, ice cream. Shame, good times don't last forever. He muttered and shoved another piece of bun into his mouth. He must bring the black heart back to its former glory. Chapter 53. Long shadows were formed on the earth by the setting sun. The sky was tinted a warm orange by the setting sun's slanting beams. The citizens of Alacria were finishing their jobs, closing up their shops, and doing various other activities. Many people simply entered their homes and locked their doors, leaving cities and towns deafeningly silent. Reason? Maybe it was fear of the war that was soon to come. Saris Fritra and Ashborn Leywin chose to depart from High-Blood Denwar's manor about this time. They took a stroll across the streets together. With slow and calm steps without creating any sounds, they began walking towards a nearby relic tomb. Let's do a quick rundown of your plan. First, you are going to restore your magical capabilities entirely. This will take a few months. Second, you will attack Agrona's castle to send both Azura's and Vritra's a message. I still don't understand why. Isn't it better to attack them with their guards down? Saris still wasn't sure about Ashborn's plans, because they were so explicit. I'm creating an opening. If I scatter their forces across the continents, this will create an opening for the final attack on Ephotus. Ashborn clarified. His explanation was just a facade. It was partly true, as, for the Shadow Army, it was better to scatter the Azuras across the globe and devour them one by one. The first step in this plan is to save Arthur and then annihilate Azuras with their own army. Ashborn is still storing Azura's corpses in his storage, intending to call them on the battlefield after fixing his black heart. I still can't get over the fact that you have a personal army in your shadow. Saris put her hand on her face in defeat. Not only in my shadow. That's even worse, she exclaimed. An embarrassing story short, Silret was always with her, even at that time. Constantly observing her, every action she did. Why are you so embarrassed? Wasn't Silret your loyal retainer? Yes, but that's different. Saris blushed. Meanwhile, the King of the Dead pondered. It wasn't that serious matter during wars, right? Anyway, we've arrived. The woman announced upon noticing the entrance of the relic tomb. You may now disembark from my escort. Anyway, please convey my gratitude to the girl. The auburn-haired man lifted the bag in his hand, which was full of the food. Yeah, I'll do it. Good luck with the relic tombs. Saris vanished from the scene after blurring from her position. Ashborn sighed and shifted his gaze to the edifice ahead of him. He tossed the sack into his shadow and took a step forward, preparing himself for the upcoming voyage. underscore 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 Claire Bladeheart's POV. After the dungeon expedition with class, when we have abruptly teleported away, some of my classmates and I fell asleep right in the academy because of some spell that was inflicted upon us. We are now completely awake, but my memories of what happened are insufficient to tell what happened. Except for Arthur, we were all together. We still have no idea what happened to him, but we should find out today. Tesha is agitated and has made a specific request. Her grandfather has even stated that he will personally inform us. It seems that everyone is here. The former king of Eleanor entered the medical bay, along with my uncle and director Good Sky. Your Maja's dash, we couldn't properly greet the man, as we were halted by him. He motioned us just to listen. Formalities are unnecessary, he stopped us before continuing. I'll warn you right now that the information you're about to hear isn't the most satisfying. Our expressions immediately darkened. Does that mean that something happened to Arthur or his brother? Arthur has been kidnapped, and the war is about to begin. We only needed a few of his remarks to grasp why the information wasn't pleasant. To process the news we were told, they even waited for a minute. Arthur was kidnapped by who? We were perplexed. Arthur. Tesha was especially shocked. She was on the verge of crying. Well, most of us were. My uncle confirmed it with a nod, and it was the former king of Eleanor who told us. It was unnecessary to tell lies in this situation, so we could only trust their words. Tesha, keep your cool, we're certain he's still alive. Listen to me because I'm not done yet, her grandfather addressed us seriously. It's reassuring that we know he is still alive. As I already stated, war is coming, and due to specific items you possess, you will be required to join, despite my opposition. Even more shocking information came out of his mouth. Is it really necessary to send us to war? Okay, well I'm an adult, but what about Tesha, Doradia, Kathleen, and Farith? They are still children in comparison to us, and Arthur, our youngest and strongest member, was kidnapped. What are we even capable of on the battlefield? I'll let Cynthia explain everything. He nodded at the woman, who nodded back and proceeded to talk. The badges, do you still have them on? When she asked, we reluctantly nodded. Those are the items created by Mr. Ashborn to raise the soldiers qualified to battle the lances and win. I could hear gasps throughout the room. The explanation that Mr. Ashborn gave us in the first lesson was so bizarre that we thought it was just a joke. I wasn't sure if it was true, but now we know. In simple terms, this is a weapon, which only the person bonded to it can use and exploit. I'm confident that Mr. Ashborn hasn't told you the whole truth about this item, she continued her explanation afterward. The badge given to us wasn't just a normal weapon. If employed correctly, it might be classified as a strategic weapon. To wield an object that, depending on the amount of mana it absorbs, can make the user stronger. People would be killing for it. However, it worries me more that we are meant to battle constantly so we can become stronger and later participate in this damned war. We're only students. I mumbled loudly enough for everyone to hear. I was frustrated because I didn't want to send my classmates into a fight. Claire, I'm aware that this is incorrect. We don't have a choice, though. My uncle tried to calm me down. What if one of us dies there? I was afraid of the prospect of losing my friend. Sure, I was hesitating. I'm not going to lie, there's a chance, but, before the war, we'll train to reduce it. My uncle wanted to reassure me, but it didn't help to calm my nerves. Aren't the lances there? They are substantially more powerful than we are right now. At least before we mature. It should be possible to at least wait. My classmates are still kids. They should at least live a life. They are, but my uncle was not allowed to resume by the director. Caspian, it's dangerous. What was it that she was holding him back from saying? No. Go on, they have the right to know what is going on. My uncle, on the other hand, was allowed to continue by Tesh's grandfather. After a long period of deliberation, my uncle finally opened his mouth and spoke with seriousness seeping from his eyes. I'd never seen him with such fierce drive. For various reasons, only 4 lances are operational at the moment, and 2 of them were neutralized by Mr. Ashborn. It's possible that one will return to the service, but it's a long shot. The situation was probably an unpleasant one too. The director was especially gloomy. I'm ashamed to say this, but it's unavoidable. We need all the resources we have, that's how it is. Everyone on this continent should be prepared to strike the enemy, including youngsters. Please continue to assist this continent till its rescuer arrives. Tesh's grandfather lowered his head, almost as if begging us. When Tesha saw her grandfather bowing to us, she was as surprised as we were. Hey, we accepted it, didn't we? We accepted this badge, to become as strong as the lances. How do they say it? With great power comes great responsibility. It's now our time to defend this continent. I cast a glance over at the person seated next to me. Theo was the one who raised his voice. We should be ashamed of ourselves, forcing our seniors and elders to bow in front of us for help. TSK, we were given the chance to grow stronger. We were the ones who wanted to defend this land, and instead of arguing about it now, we should be focusing on it. We should go train so that we can make the most of the opportunity that has been bestowed upon us. Theo stood up and turned to face us. I don't know about you guys, but I'll fight, he declared while clenching his fist. Nonetheless, we will have to participate anyway. It's unavoidable, after all. If Theo agrees, I don't have a choice, do I? At least we have time to prepare. I'll fight too. Count me in. Curtis spoke out, and Cathal nodded alongside him. It is interesting that if they were allowed to fight, technically they are still princess and prince. I also want to fight. We all turned to face the voice, which turned out to be Tesha. I expected her to be distraught by Arthur's kidnapping, but the determination in her eyes gives me the chills. This was the ultimate verdict after hearing the continent's ruler's children consent to battle. Everyone is on the same page now, which suggests that we will have to fight sooner or later. Who are we even going in the war against? Ferrith inquired loudly. The other continent, Alacria. What are you thinking about, Claire? Seated outside of the medical bay to take a fresh breath, I was approached by my uncle. About this war. To be honest, I had no idea I would be preparing myself for the war. I was still a student a few days ago. Believe me when I say that I was as surprised as you were. In any case, we don't have much of a choice. It's a do-or-die situation. If we don't resist until Mr. Ashborn completes his quest, we'll all perish. My uncle sat down next to me and placed his hand on my head. Mr. Ashborn, there is no end to the mention of his name. I'm frustrated with our inability to survive without him. Just why are we relying on one person's strength? You once told me, Uncle Caspian, that no single person can win a war. So, why are you so trusting of Mr. Ashborn? For a long time now, I've been curious about this. I think it's right to ask him about this. Haha, you saw his strength firsthand, so don't you understand? Uncle, I fell asleep right after I got teleported. How should I know his strength? I was unconscious. I admitted it. How embarrassing. Would you believe it if I told you that Mr. Ashborn constructed those badges out of pure mana? Pure mana? What exactly is this? Mr. Ashborn created matter, out of nothing, but just his own mana, he explained further. This was too jaw-dropping information to receive. Is this even possible? I mumbled. The proof is right in front of you. and it even provides you with additional benefits. This, I believe, gives you a little imagination of Mr. Ashborn's strength. He stood up when I nodded and gave him a satisfied smile. Your friends are waiting for you. When I looked around, I saw my classmates proudly puffing up their chests. Is this something they're doing to reassure me? Are guys ready for hellish training? When I heard my uncle, I got shivers down my spine. Because you aren't the only one who has received Mr. Ashborn's blessing. I'm going to train with you, he declared. I'm still not sure what this blessing means. Let's get going. Before walking away, my uncle patted me on the shoulder. Chapter 54, Eleanor Leywin's POV. The news of an approaching battle spread like wildfire in a matter of minutes. I knew we'd be fighting a variety of foes, but the scope of the combat eluded me. My mother and father seemed to have little imagination about it. I inquired several times, but they simply told me that everything would be great. I sincerely hope so, since I'm becoming increasingly terrified of it. Even Uncle Vincent is emptying his pockets just to buy a few products and stack them like rodents. A few days after the announcement, we received a letter from the royal family. Yes, we received the same letter as Uncle Vincent. Shelters will be created for little noble households with less power than others. But we weren't nobles. Maybe this is my brother's doing? I'm not sure, but I believe he had tight ties to the royal family. Like Art, Ash had some connections with people from higher levels. Art was simply a womanizer. Remembering Art made me depressed once more. I'm afraid of losing my brothers. Your Highness, ma'am. Please don't fret, my liege will take care of everything. I haven't mentioned my little friend, have I? The little shadowy figure that manifests close to my head introduced itself as Baru and begged me to not tell my brother anything. I guess he is very afraid or maybe too loyal to my brother. I knew Ash had special pets, but this one is vastly different. Interesting. Where is my puppy, Dobby? Is there anything worrying you, ma'am? Baru pursued me more, inquiring if I had something on my mind that bothered me. Nothing, but I'm wondering where Dobby is. In an attempt to locate Dobby, I looked around. There was no sign of Dobby. Should I bring this ungrateful puppy for you, ma'am? The purple glowing eyes of Baru narrowed dangerously. Why yes. Baru's aura had changed dramatically, and it now had a black vibe about it. What exactly is going to happen to Dobby? Then I shall bring him immediately. I shivered when Baru faded completely from my shadow. It felt like my own shadow was trembling. After a few seconds of waiting, Baru once again popped next to my head, with a satisfied look in his eyes. Asterisk woof, asterisk Dobby also popped out right next to me. I panicked and leaped away from my perch. Are they ganging up on me? Why are they bullying me? I pretended to cry, covering my eyes with my hands while also letting out fake sniffles. Did this jerk of a servant upset you, ma'am? I'll take the punishment. Hearing Baru's frightened words, I smirked and exposed my wicked eyes. When it noticed that on my face, Baru's shadowy figure slumped down on the ground. My lady, why? His lovely purple eyes welled up with imaginary tears, making me a little sad in the process too. But I knew Baru was forgiving, so I didn't take it to my heart. Anyhow, we have to hurry up. Mom will get mad. I grabbed Dobby and ran inside the manor, embracing him as firmly as I could. Ellie! I heard my mom shout. By now, they had probably finished packing up their luggage. It was time to leave for our new home, or rather, shelter. Yeah, I just picked up Dobby. I responded and accelerated my pace. As we drove across the huge regions of the Beast Glades, the carriage shook severely. Because there were no teleportation gates at our destination, we had to travel by carriage on our own. I was looking out the window at the world outside. This wasn't my first time in the Beast Glades. My brother brought me here once on my own initiative, and it was not a pleasant experience. I still remember that white rabbit with red eyes, a demon. Ellie, do you like the landscape? I shifted my gaze away from the view and turned toward the voice. My father was grinning madly for no apparent reason. I'm sure he'll start bragging about his adventures here. Yes, I responded, using Dobby's fluffy head as a pillow. I can't help myself, Dobby's fur is far too soft. Its smoothness is so great that I scarcely notice that I'm touching it. But you seem bored. Want me to tell you some amazing stories? He didn't even wait for my response before telling us about his wonderful experience with twin horns. I switched my gaze to his right. Mom, like Vincent, was face-palming, and Tabitha was smiling awkwardly. I can relate to them because my father is often more childlike than I am. Ellie, is there something you want? Mom stroked my thighs with her warm touch. When I looked up at her, I saw her warm smile, which was always reassuring. Please, Mom, don't start this comforting discourse again. You know, Ellie, I was keeping very close eyes on you these days. Mom can tell you are very sad and worried, so you can share this burden with us. Mom sat down next to me and hugged me. Sorry, Uncle and Aunt, you'll have to occupy him for a while. Are you worried about your brother, Elle? Yes. I wasn't just concerned. I was afraid. Both of my brothers were away, and even though Ash assured me that he would locate Arthur, I really cannot stop worrying. I can see where you're coming from, Elle, but we have to trust Ash. Has he ever reneged on a promise? He didn't promise much, though. Wait a minute, he did make a promise where he needed to. So, there's that guarantee of my never meeting. That doesn't count since the evil guy's promise is still ongoing. The carriage came to a stop after a few minutes. I looked out of the window to check if we had arrived, but there was nothing. There are only vast grassy lands with hills and forest, with no traces of any civilization. We've already arrived? Uncle Vincent knocked on the wall for the driver and asked. The carriage doors slid open. We have arrived at our destination, Master Vincent. The old gentleman bowed politely and motioned for us to exit the carriage. My father narrowed his eyes suspiciously and exited the carriage first. In the meantime, my mother forbade me from following him. She tightly grabbed onto my shoulder, not intending to let me go. I realized what was happening subsequently after I felt fluctuations of mana in my father. How could I not consider this while we were stranded in a foreign area with no means of protection? There might be bandits or even enemies from another continent hiding nearby. Dad? I prepared to immediately take out my bow from the storage ring. Just a word from my father would be enough and I would let go of Dobby. However, it ended peacefully. It's all right, nothing strange around. Relieved sighs escaped our mouths. But there isn't anything. You sure this is the right place? Father faced the driver, still unsure if we were in the right place. Yes, Mr. Raynolds, this is the right place. I was instructed to drive right at this place. Yet, the driver stayed on his own. But it's clear. There is nothing here. When we turned back, we saw nothing but forest and tall hills blocking our view any farther. The driver simply shrugged his shoulders. What am I supposed to make of this at this point? Surely there isn't anything noteworthy. Perhaps they simply built a refuge underground? Wait, I saw someone emerge from the woods. Dad, there is someone coming out of the forest. Everyone, including my father, turned their gaze to the location where I was pointing. The person coming out of the forest was a man, quite tall with long black hair. He seemed oddly familiar. I'm sure of meeting him before. Wait, that's Caspian Bladeheart. Vincent spoke forward as if he recognized the individual. What is Caspian doing here? Others appeared to be familiar with the individual as well. Is it just me who didn't recognize him? By this time, the man had closed the space between us and showed no signs of animosity. As a result, I felt confident that he was a good person. Greetings. Haven't seen you since Ellie's birthday party, Vincent. I suddenly remembered where I had seen this individual. On that particular day, he was conversing with Ash and acting as though they were previously acquainted. Ah yes, I haven't seen you since that day. I presume we have arrived in the right place. Uncle Vincent adjusted his glasses and asked. Yep, you have arrived right on spot. Actually, I'm surprised that your driver heeded instructions so well. Caspian gave a driver a thumbs up, while the driver just responded with a nod. Okay, as much as I'd like to continue chit-chatting, we need to get into the bunker. Bunker? My father was confused as I was. A bunker for the people in the middle of. Well, it's a little far away from here and it's also underground. Please, follow me. We followed the long-haired man as he walked away. I'd be completely freaked out if my parents weren't here. This forest had such a dismal aura that the imaginary creatures you see before sleep are nothing compared to it. No, seriously, this forest gives me the chills while also suffocating me and giving off a horrible atmosphere. Just like when you can't regulate your temperature under the blanket, and you're afraid to take that one leg out of the blanket in fear of getting eaten. Scared little Ellie? I looked at Caspian. Damn, why is this man so tall compared to me? Well, not really. I lied through my teeth. Was it so obvious on my face? It's natural, even mindless beasts are afraid of being in this place. This is why we created a bunker in this place. Then wouldn't that be the most obvious place for our enemies to attack first? But what is the reason? Whenever I see this, I'm still amazed. We exited the forest and saw the enormous, godly castle, which couldn't be described by words. We were quite far away from it, but the largeness of this ginormous construct gave the illusion that we were close to it. What the? Caspian, the council definitely couldn't build a castle this big and that couldn't possibly be a hidden bunker. Uncle Vincent's outburst was justified, but this castle doesn't appear to be underground. Oh, the castle is majestic. I agree, but I'm talking about this. Caspian tapped his foot on the ground a few times before it began to shake violently and split in half in front of him. How did he do that? The ground gradually opened up, revealing a series of gloomy staircases. Caspian, despite the environment being scary, confidently stepped down the staircase and continued walking down. We strolled after him and also faded into the shadows. It's funny how Dobby faded nearly completely into the darkness, leaving only its purple eyes visible. Anyway, when it became increasingly difficult to go down nearly invisible steps, we were fortunate enough to reach a spot where magical torches were used. Welcome guys to the colony of Dicathan, Caspian announced, his voice tinged with apprehension. Did I just hear the word colony? Colony? We all exclaimed together. Were they going to turn us into slaves here? Oh, no! It's broken, you misunderstood me, it's just the name. You nearly caused us all heart attacks with that strange name for a bunker. Caspian, don't make such jokes next time please. No seriously, this is just a name. The place where we built a shelter really resembled an ant colony, so we called it as such. Keck. The tunnel's walls echoed with an eerie laugh. What was that? That laugh seemed eerily similar to someone else's. It was Dobby. I stated unequivocally. All right, let's get in. Chapter 55. Eleanor Lewin, her mother and father, as well as the Helstias and Caspian, passed through massive gates and eventually entered a large tunnel system that resembled an ant's nest. For the time being, it didn't matter why it was made or how it was built, what mattered was that it did its job, which was the most important element. After all, thousands of ants can live in such systems, so this could be a fantastic hideaway for a large number of people. People would be able to adapt, knowing how high the survivability in the human race is, and it seems that people have already begun adapting. The Earth mages were constructing the walls of the future buildings, while normal people helped with labor. Well, it's still in progress, but we expect to build a shelter for at least 100,000 people by this week. Caspian explained. 100,000 wasn't a small number, but they were dead serious about it. While the group walked down a constructed road and entered further into the cave system, they saw how not only buildings but also water and light systems were built. It was frightening how those people managed to work in such synchronization and forget about racial discrimination for a few weeks. There were guards of all races. Elves, dwarves, and humans. Every one of them did their duty as supposed. Anyhow, it worked in their favor. Eleanor had the same thought process. They would be able to defeat the enemies in one go. Those bad guys from the second continent shall face defeat. On the way, Raynolds called out to the unexpected person, Helen. Everyone turned their attention in a certain direction. Helen! Eleanor and Alice also called out for the dark-haired woman. In the same manner as Raynolds, they waved their hands at the woman, hoping for her to notice them quickly before she went away. She was an archer. Naturally, the archer with the keen eye would spot the group of people immediately. Helen was one of the best they knew. She was also quite famous as the leader of Twin Horns. She took notice of a group a second after her name was even mentioned. Hey, guys! She happily waved back at them as Laywins dashed towards her, leaving Vincent and Tabitha standing there. They haven't seen each other for a long time, and they just missed each other. Helen, finally I can see you again, the group exclaimed as they hugged the dark-haired woman. Alice especially tightened her hand around the woman, clicking her bones with a satisfying sound. Ellie, you have grown so much, and Ray, you look even more menacing now. Helen, in her repertoire, began complimenting them all. Raynolds nodded in approval. He had indeed become a lot stronger. What are you doing here, by the way? Raynolds asked. Helen just pointed at the newly arrived Caspian, who was chasing after Laywins. Caspian hummed for a moment. I remember now, former teammates, right? Well, I guess you will be guarding this hideout together now, he said. Raynolds quirked his eyebrows. The others are here too? Helen nodded at him. They are resting now. We are patrolling a lot of areas as not many people have arrived here yet. Soon it will change, I hope so. Don't worry, we will reorganize the schedule. Caspian reassured the woman, who had just given a relieved sigh. Eleanor was surprised. She thought there were already 100,000 people, but there were still more to come. In comparison with Cyrus, it wasn't a big number, but still, this was an underground bunker. Then it clicked in her mind. Wait, so we will see each other more often. Helen was Eleanor's mentor, and they could finally practice together. Unlike her two brothers, she can teach Eleanor the art of archery better. No matter how you look at it, Eleanor is still a child. Overly hard training isn't for them. Helen gave the brown-haired girl a smile. Sure, we can finally train together. Unfortunately for her, a caring mother wasn't going to allow her that. Helen has a duty, you can't bother her much. Eleanor soon recalled why Helen was her favorite in the Twin Horns. Oh, come on, Alice, how can I be bothered by little cute Ellie? She pulled the little rascal's cheeks, who looked at her mother with begging eyes. In between the conversation, Caspian chimed in. All right. Maybe you can also train with other residents? I don't think I have enough time to train others. Caspian shook his head at the dark-haired woman. It's not necessary to train them. Maybe just a little sparring? They progress too fast, and in every new session, we have to find new sparring partners every time, he said awkwardly and added, and pay their medical bills. Ha! That laugh, it was creepy. Helen blinked and awkwardly agreed. It must be tough then. She then turned to Laywins and asked, maybe you will come with me for now? Let's meet up with the others. As expected, Alice, Eleanor, and Raynolds nodded happily. Suddenly, Helen noticed something bizarre. Also, I don't see Art and Ash with you. Are they still in Xyrus? Her question turned the vibe gloomy. The faces of the group stiffened upon hearing it. Raynolds clenched his fist and said, they're fine for the time being, don't worry. He tightened his hold on Alice's hand. Even Caspian made a gesture to her. He was aware of what had happened, and he knew what it meant to lose someone close. The dark-haired woman heeded his gesture and shut herself up. At least Raynolds said that they were all right. Anyway, the group silently followed Helen as they approached a freshly constructed place to rest. They went inside, picked up a key, and entered their designated room. After they settled down, Helen looked at Raynolds with a questionable look, urging the man to clarify what had happened. Raynolds heavily sighed, and before explaining, he looked at his wife. "How do I explain this?" "Helen, Arthur was kidnapped." He looked down, ashamed. A horror realization dawned on Helen. She covered her mouth with her hand, unable to speak for a whole minute. Fortunately, she got hold of herself quickly. "Why haven't you sent us a letter, Raynolds? Maybe there is something we see." Helen wasn't allowed to continue. "No. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything." Usually, Helen was the most composed and calm person in the team, well, compared to others. However, this time she just couldn't hold back. "God damn it, Raynolds, your son is kidnapped." She slammed her fists on the table. Small tears could be visible in her eyes, as were in Alice's. Surprisingly, Eleanor placed her hand on Helen's. "Hey, have a little faith in us. We never said that we weren't at least trying." Her outburst made her the center of attention. "My big brother is rescuing my little bigger brother." She puffed her chest to display her confidence in Ash. "Ash," said Helen, frowning. Eleanor's nod made the woman even more confused. She hadn't spent time with Ash, nor did she know the actual weight of his capabilities. For her, it was ridiculous. "He made a promise, all right, and we trust him," voiced Raynolds with certainty in his voice. From the third perspective, that might sound crazy. Ashborn, who is only a teenager. But they don't know anything about him. They don't know that he is insanely strong. Helen then asked again, "Raynolds, are you for real?" She met with not only Eleanor's but her father's determined and fully confident eyes. She could only massage her temples. Nobody would blame her for thinking of this as a prank. Bang! With a loud noise, people banged into the room. "Alice, Ellie, Ray!" Familiar voices rang out in their ears. It was the blonde-haired woman, Angela. Together with a giant Durden, cold aloof Jasmine, and red-haired Adam. The red-haired immediately after entering approached Raynolds and grabbed him by the collar. "Ray, you bastard, didn't even send us a letter," he shouted at him angrily. "Hey, what do you want?" Raynolds waved her hand innocently. He couldn't remember anything bad. Those few years he hasn't done anything hazardous. "I would have at least prepared something to drink, you dumbass. Don't you want me to make a toast for your daughter's birthday even if it's late?" Ray understood it now. That was the reason all along. Durden walked up to Adam and grabbed him by the shoulder. "Calm down, little guy." He then dragged away the red-haired like a little kid. It's funny how compared to Durden, Adam is literally a little guy. That's how the group spent the rest of our time. Adam used his manly magic and somehow obtained a few bottles of alcohol. It was embarrassing for a little kid to listen to their toasts, but they were happy and she bore with it. Eventually, women were forced to voluntarily join for a few drinks too. It was a relieving sight for Eleanor. Her mother let go of her worries for a moment and just dipped it into alcohol. Only when the room reeked of alcohol, only then Eleanor left the room. Her nose couldn't bear the smell of alcohol and her head was aching. She quietly sneaked out of the room, walked down the corridor. She was sure that nobody noticed her, but the expectations weren't met. Jasmine noticed the little girl. Well, she was an AA-class adventurer. Eleanor knew they were strong. After all, they were a foothold for the Dicathenians after the Lances. Only her brother was stronger than the Lances. "Ellie, you are going somewhere?" Jasmine asked a little girl hesitantly. She received a nod with an explanation from her. "My head hurts. I just have to get away from that smell," she grumbled, holding her head with both hands. She nodded in understanding. "Then I will come with you." Eleanor didn't refute her. Why would she? Jasmine was one of those whose company she enjoyed, and she was very cool. She is the youngest, but the strongest in Twin Horns. Together with Jasmine, Eleanor left the building. Time here flew differently. There was no sun, thus it made it hard to feel how time passed. Besides, those roads felt like those in Xyrus, lightened by street lamps during nighttime. It's romantic in a way, but scary at the same time. There will always be night underground. During their little walk to get fresher air, Jasmine decided to ask Eleanor, also, where is Arthur? Eleanor flinched and her breathing became unsteady. She knew they spent 2 years in the Beast Glades and she didn't want to sadden her. You see. Art was kidnapped. Eleanor blurted out those words, hoping she wouldn't hear. And, she grabbed onto Eleanor's shoulder, shaking. Ash said he would get him back. The little girl replied back. Ellie wasn't sure if that would calm down Jasmine. The crimson-eyed woman had a brother-sister relationship with her brother, just like her. After all, they spent 2 years together. Jasmine seemed to calm down. So Ashborn said that. She muttered. Eleanor wasn't expecting this reaction, or maybe she exaggerated it in her mind. Anyway, Jasmine appeared to be very trusting of her brother. Jasmine smiled. If he said so, then it shall be so. What did Ellie just see now? The cold dark-haired woman was actually smiling. She was surprised, and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. How do you know that? Jasmine thought for a moment before replying. He saved us in the Beast Glades once. She then retold almost everything that happened during her adventuring period with Arthur. Eleanor got an even bigger boost of confidence in her big brother now. To be able to kill an S-class mana beast with one swing of the sword, when he himself was an S-class adventurer at that time. Doesn't that mean classifications are irreverent? While Jasmine wasn't able to damage the Elderwood Guardian, Ashborn finished off the job himself, saving Arthur and Jasmine in the process. There was also that awkward halt in her speech. She was trying to say someone's name. Lucas or something. When they passed a certain building in the dark streets of another tunnel, they realized that this hideout was like a labyrinth. If not for signs and maps on every corner of a tunnel, Ellie and Jasmine would surely be lost. Haha. You had to see Faify's face when we scared him at night. And next was laughter. A few people were laughing their asses off. Eleanor recognized a certain giggle. She had heard it before. Without a doubt, Tesha Aerolith, Arthur's girlfriend. Even though they haven't really confessed. Chapter 56. Tesha? Eleanor was surprised. She heard the voice of another familiar person in this hideout, but there was much more to it. The little girl wanted to hear what happened on that day. How exactly was Arthur kidnapped during his stay at the academy? Tesha was with a group of a few people, dressed in a black uniform. She had a weapon with her, just like any other member of her group. They looked like the guards of the city, strolling at night to patrol the perimeter. Tess! Eleanor called out for the platinum-haired girl, startling Jasmine for an instant. The group of people, including Tesha, turned their attention to the brown-haired girl. Some were wearing frowns on their faces from informal greetings towards the Princess of Eleanor, while some of them didn't have particular reactions. Tesha looked at the brown-haired girl for a few seconds before her face brightened. Ellie! She exclaimed and ran up to Ellie. Others were taken aback because they all had the same question, who is this little girl? Jasmine in particular was shocked. Wasn't the platinum-haired girl a former princess? I missed you so much, Ellie. The girls hugged each other softly. Tesha even pulled the little girl's cheeks, reddening them from stretching. Pained Eleanor let out a little yelp. Ouch, stop it. No can do, not until I'm satisfied. Tesha shook her head and continued pulling Eleanor's cheek back and forth. Oh, come on. Eleanor grumbled but didn't fight back. She wasn't feeling annoyed. During Tesha's stay in Helstia's manor, they actually became really close friends. Meanwhile, Jasmine kept an eye on the two. Ellie's friendship with Tesha was unclear to her, yet they appeared to be close friends. To the point where the princess began to play with her like she's some small child. The rest of the group shared Jasmine's impressions of the scenery. Jasmine awkwardly raised her hand. Your Highness? She asked. Tesha shifted her gaze away from Ellie, towards the startled crimson-eyed woman. She immediately turned her head back to her friends and, a little embarrassed, let go of Ellie. Returning to her formal self, the princess coughed. ****Ellie, you have grown into a fine, beautiful lady. After an awkward cough, she complimented her. "Ah yes, I am a beautiful young lady," Ellie sneered. For Tesha not to notice her face, she hid her grin by looking away. Tesha's eyes twitched in annoyance. When did the sweet girl she knew become such a cheeky creature? But what could she expect? Ellie had the same blood that flows in Arthur's veins, so there had to be some similarities between them. "Ellie, when have you arrived?" asked Tesha. "Just today," Ellie answered. Tesha nodded. Now she understood why she hadn't met her before. "Princess, do you know her by any chance?" The elf with blonde hair entered the conversation with a question. "Yes, let me introduce you to her. This is Eleanor Lewin, Arthur's sister." Tesha introduced Ellie. The blonde-haired elf's jaw dropped from the sudden information. As expected of my rival's sister, already a beautiful lady and a mage at such a young age, the blonde-haired hummed. How do you know?" Ellie, who was taken aback, exclaimed. They understood she was a magician, even though no one else had before. She was always covering her status as a mage, only her parents were aware of it. The blonde-haired mage gave a satisfied smirk and said, "Young lady, I'm a mage myself and a pretty strong one." In a narcissistic manner, the elf caressed his blonde hair and played with it like a girl. "Fei, couldn't you realize one more detail?" Tesha asked, scratching her own cheek. "What? Whose sister is she?" Tesha inquired. The elf dubbed as Fei wondered for a moment before answering. "Isn't she Arthur's sister?" The elf was obviously confused. Didn't she just introduce Ellie as Arthur's sister? And whose twin brother is Arthur? Tesha asked, palming her face. Fei crossed his hands. He was getting suspicious now. He tapped his feet on the concrete for a few seconds, before his eyes shot open. "No way!" Insert shocked Fei emoji. "Yes." The blonde-haired elf was terrified of conversing with that person's sister. What if the person in question is a paranoid siscon who takes everything too seriously? He just complimented her, surely he wouldn't murder him? "Ferith, I still don't understand why you fear him so much?" The red-haired girl in the group asked. "My ears are always tickling whenever I'm close to him. I'm just getting chills from remembering him." Ferith shuddered, recalling the training with ants. He was scared, especially of the biggest ant. It had a whole different aura around it. It was so chaotic that just its presence made them stumble on the ground. "But he didn't harm us, right? He even gifted us." Ferith whined, "Oh come on, am I the only one who fears him?" Ellie awkwardly glanced at Jasmine and Tesha. "Is my brother that scary?" Jasmine just shrugged at her question, while Tesha thought for a moment. The dark-haired woman wasn't sure, but as someone who saved them, he just couldn't be that bad. Tesha, meanwhile, always thought of Ashborn as a chill dude who appeared very cold-hearted, but when you observe him in a family environment, he is the most caring one towards his closest. "Help me, guys!" The scream resounded in everyone's ears. They hastily turned their heads towards the direction where the scream came from. It was a girl with green messy hair who wore large rounded glasses. Jasmine and Ellie didn't recognize her, but others did. It was Emily Watskin, another classmate specializing in magical research. Tesha raised an eyebrow. "Emily, what happened?" she asked, concerned about Emily's previous scream. "Professor Gideon, he created a new weapon enchanted with runes and wanted to test it on me." Emily wailed out, as the tears streamed down her face. "Poor soul, the scientist guy really is crazy, isn't he? Let's get there before he kills anyone." Claire sighed and gestured to others to follow her. Tesha looked at the brown-haired girl and asked, "Ellie, do you want to join us?" Ellie looked at Jasmine, who herself was curious about what was going on. According to the protocol, she has a job to ensure the safety of the people in this hideout. So, she nodded at Eleanor, who faced back Tesha and showed thumb up. "All right, then let go." In the darkroom, the shadowy figure of a man with a lab coat stood with the sword in his hands. The man towered over another person, who laid unconscious on the floor surrounded by the bloody red liquid. "I can't even test my creation properly," the man in the lab coat muttered. He glanced at the sword in his hand and caressed it like his child. Knock knock. 2 knocks could be heard throughout the room as the person in a lab coat jerked up. He worriedly glanced at the door and then back to the mess he had made in his laboratory. "Professor Gideon, please open the door." Gideon heard the chilly voice of a woman enter his ears. He grumbled, "What do they want now?" He put his newly created sword aside and went to open the door. Already outside, Jasmine stood and waited for the professor to open the door for her. In the corner of the building, he could see the pairs of eyes sticking out and staring at her. Heads stacked upon each other, they were all trying to get a better view of the upcoming scenery. The door creaked open, revealing Gideon's narrowed eyes. "And who might you be?" "I'm patrolling this area of the hideout when I hear screams coming from this particular building," Jasmine explained. She glanced back at the pairs of eyes and could see a few thumbs up also sticking from the corner. "Oh, is that so? But it's all right here. You should go and continue doing your job." Gideon waved her off and wanted to close the door, but Jasmine wouldn't let him do so. "I should still check if everything is all right. Please step aside." Gideon froze, as his face darkened. He avoided looking at Jasmine in the eyes, he just stared at the front, unmoving. "Do you have permission for this?" he asked uncertainly. "If you want, sir, I can come back here with an order." "No, it's all right." The man turned around, gloomily, and tried to call out, "Hey, Himes, are you still alive?" For a few seconds, nobody answered him. Jasmine and the rest of the group were already getting suspicious. "I'm alive, master," someone answered groggily. Gideon's face immediately brightened up. "Thank God, Himes." He shouted happily and grinned at Jasmine. The red liquid was just the red paint all along, which was spilled on the poor butler when he was trying to run away from his master. "You may enter." He took a step back, making room in the doorway, and urged Jasmine to enter. Jasmine then issued a signal to the rest of the group, as well as thumbs up, indicating that everything was all right. ***, at least the laboratory is still standing, the green-haired girl said as she stepped out of the corner. She breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away the sweat that had collected on her forehead. "Emily! Where did you run away to? I wasted so much time because of you," Gideon screamed, hearing the girl's voice. "She was with us, Professor Gideon." Claire patted her on the shoulder as she stepped out of the corner with the rest of the gang, encouraging her self-belief. "Oh, you boogers again? Come here, at least help with something good." The man dashed into his laboratory, crashing objects in the process. "Should we?" asked the group, looking at Claire. The redhead shrugged since she didn't know what to do. If she was correct, he would invite them to put his new creation to the test. Unless he asks them to kill someone, that wouldn't be a problem. Gideon burst out of the door, yelling and dragging something on the ground. "Hey, boogers, hurry up or I won't be making any more cool weapons for you." This sparked a spurt of motivation in everyone, and Ellie and Jasmine were immediately drawn to the topic. While the former DC members established a strong desire to assist the professor. "Come on in. I've got a spot for you to put this magnificent product to the test." Everyone, including Jasmine and Ellie, rushed into the building. Already in the backyard, the formerly known as DC officers were standing in a line. Shoulder to shoulder lined up waiting for a verdict. In front of them Gideon with a long sword. The sword had an unusual design, it appeared almost like a regular double-edged sword, but there were black lines all over it. Gideon pointed at the weapon and asked, "You see this sword?" Seeing everyone nod, he continued, "I made it. This is a prototype, but it is totally functioning, and we plan to mass-produce it soon. It's based on the runes, which are a completely new idea in magic," excitedly explained Gideon. "It took me a long time to figure out how they work, but it was worth it. A new generation of weapons will be able to bond with their owners and give tremendous benefits. Okay, do you guys have a few fire mages? Asked Gideon at the end. Curtis isn't here, so this leaves only me. Claire raised her hand. Then be honored, you will be the first to actually utilize this sword as supposed. He tossed over the sword to Claire, who grabbed into its handle tightly. Claire was a swordswoman, she was proficient in using it together with magic. But it wasn't perfect, the weight wasn't balanced. The sword was too large for her. That's what she assumed. Whoa! Everyone gasped, seeing how the sword shrank in its size, taking the ideal shape just for Claire. The redhead lifted the sword like a holy relic bestowed on her. Gideon grinned, surprised, aren't ya? Well, that's only one function. Drop your blood on the end of its tilt. Others were perplexed by his instructions. There were a few more functions to the sword. Why? Claire looked at the man strangely. Just do it. The redhead shook her head and bit her index finger. She then dropped the blood on the tilt and waited for the spell to take effect. Surprisingly, the lines on the blade flared crimson for a brief period before dying out. Yes, it's working as it should. Now, this sword is yours and yours only, said Gideon. I want to test it out. The stars formed in Claire's eyes. She turned around and looked at her group. They were happy for her. Oh, yeah, just channel your fire mana in the sword later. You'll figure out the effect yourself, added Gideon. Claire nodded. Yeah, got it. She couldn't help but feel driven to use the sword. But the problem was that her group was exhausted. Theo would happily spar, but he wasn't a swordsman. That could be said about most of her group, they weren't suitable sparring partners. Tesha could use her sword, but she was also pretty tired after today's training. She intended to progressively develop their strength and balance their training time with relaxation as the leader of a group. So it wouldn't be a good idea to put them to work again. Claire sighed. I guess we'll have to test this tomorrow. Everyone was confused as to why, so she just answered them with you guys have to rest. An unexpected source, however, spoke up. I can spar. I have a weapon with me. It was Jasmine. Chapter 57. Clang clang. The noises of metal crashing against metal and thunderous stomps could be heard in the colony of Dicathan, a vast hideout. People cheered for the two sparring partners on the vast testing site. Claire Bladeheart, a red-haired girl with gray eyes, was one of them. Jasmine Flamesworth, a black-haired woman with crimson eyes, was the second. Both hailed from well-known families, albeit the latter's connection with them was difficult. They'd already launched a couple of attacks at each other. Claire would simply overpower Jasmine in physical aspects if she wasn't an experienced adventurer, as the dark-haired woman was very limited. She was not only short and slender, but Claire also had the advantage with the use of a unique badge. Once again, Claire channeled mana in her legs, reinforcing their strength, and with that, she lunged at Jasmine. She held her sword in front of her, prepared to make a diagonal slash at the dark-haired woman. The sword traveled through the air with a swish and made contact with Jasmine's dual daggers. The sword was stuck between Jasmine's daggers. By using this in her favor, Jasmine easily redirected the attack in a different way. She now had the upper hand over Claire, as the younger woman's sword was pointing downward at the ground. However, Claire wasn't unprepared. With her right hand, Claire adjusted her sword so that it was pointing right at Jasmine. She extended her front leg even further, and by propelling her body with her back leg, Claire thrust his sword next to Jasmine's neck. That's it, thought Claire, seeing how her opponent couldn't block the sword and just stood there. Her affair was immediately ended, as Jasmine dived, successfully avoiding the sword that went over her head. Gwa! Claire received a powerful kick in her abdomen and flew away like a ragdoll. Don't kill me, Claire simps, I simp for her too. She needs this to make progress. She's strong. Claire scrunched up in pain as she saw how quickly Jasmine was approaching her. For the first time, the redhead channeled mana into her sword while also taking a stance. The usage of magic was allowed in this testing session because, well, it was to test the magical weapon, to begin with. Anyway, Claire was surprised as the sword burst into a pile of flames. The flames only got bigger as she channeled more mana into her sword. It reached the point where the heat affected her even more, instead of her opponent. She then heard Gideon shouting at her, "Don't channel so much mana into this sword, you'll burn down everything here." Claire abruptly stopped channeling her mana, although the blaze on her sword didn't die down. She got extremely confused. What's with this sword? She panicked and waved her sword in an attempt to put out the fire, in spite of the fact that the attempt was futile. "Booger, just retract the stupid mana," Gideon roared again. Claire was even more perplexed because she had already ceased channeling mana into the blade. Unless he means... Claire tried to sense if there was any remaining mana in the sword, only to be startled by another effect of the sword. By itself, the sword was absorbing the ambient fire mana and using it. Claire realized her mana was just used to give a spark and set the fire mana ablaze, while the sword continues to do it for her later on. So, just like a normal spell? This wasn't hard. Arthur had already taught them in detail how to do this. As a yellow core mage, it was even easier for her. The fire mana used in the sword traveled through the handle and entered Claire's mana veins. With the burning sensation going through her mana veins, the flames on the sword died down. "Whoa, but how?" Claire turned to Gideon, who began grumbling. The artificer began explaining, "Don't think that you can gather mana infinitely with this. I warn you, this sword can absorb mana and burn it to a certain extent. You could stop it from working because of this. If it were to gather mana in an infinite capacity, then that would be my best ever creation, but the most dangerous. As no person can absorb infinite amounts of mana, it will simply burn down everything. But it does have a balanced phrase, although the fire generated won't be as strong as before." The red-haired was speechless. This sword was already good enough. She couldn't understand why the man was dissatisfied, but perhaps that was the scientific nature of his. "Should we continue?" Jasmine tilted her head and asked. "Yes, please." Receiving a nod from the dark-haired woman, Claire once again set the sword ablaze and faced her. Gideon gave a warning to both of them, "Be careful, don't destroy my laboratory." Nonetheless, the two females ignored him. "Okay, Claire, you must show how much you have progressed in these months." She said it in her mind and augmented her body with the fire mana. The heat emitted from the sword has disappeared, and the redhead can now swing it without fear. "Let's do it!" Claire beamed up and dashed at the dark-haired woman. This time, both of them were using magic. Both Jasmine, with her wind magic, and Claire, with her fire magic, achieved a level of mastery over each of them. However, the experience of the AA class adventurer was much higher than Claire's. And this was the determining factor in this battle. Jasmine could, to a certain extent, predict what move Claire would use. The youngster was Caspian's niece and was obviously taught by him too. As someone who already had an imagination about Caspian's fighting style, Jasmine knew what exactly she should do against her. The youngster's sword had an abnormal shape and size, compared to the normal sword used in the Dicathenian army. It was double-edged and faintly curved, but it could be easily thrust forward. The sword wasn't much of a help for Claire, though, because Jasmine had the two daggers. With masterful utilization, the older female could deflect the redhead's sword despite it being flammable. Clank! Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Ellie cutely put her index finger on her cheek and asked, "Hey, Tess. What are you thinking about?" Tess cast a glance at the young girl and said, Well, it's nothing." "Is that Sue?" "It feels like I wrote this yesterday." Tesha remained silent as her eyes gazed at the two females exchanging various slashes. Each of their attacks held no killing intent, but just being close to them was breathtaking. In particular, Claire's sword just created masses of fire. If not for it, no doubt Jasmine would have already won the spar. The redhead was blocking the path for the older woman by swinging down the flaming sword in one vertical slash. "She's wasting too much mana," Jasmine noticed, as sweat streamed down Claire's forehead. Her footwork was also getting sloppier by the second. This was a sign for Jazz to act. It was now her time to dominate the battle. It would also be great if she could bring out the full potential of the kid. Ellie nodded in approval. She finally saw the might of the AA-class adventurer. Jasmine is very strong. As expected, she had trained my brother too. Well, compared to the lower ranks, they were stronger. Oh, this woman was with Art during his adventuring days. Tesha recalled one of the moments when she saw the woman in a particular orb given to her by Elder Rinia. Now she could remember Jasmine properly. Deep in her heart, Tesha was thankful to her for being close to Arthur and keeping him on track. She's amazing. Tesha shared Ellie's thoughts. Indeed, the dark-haired woman was able to not only compete with but also outperform Claire throughout the sparring. Few would be able to accomplish this. After all, they grow much stronger with each fight. Back at the battle scene, Claire parried the incoming attack from Jasmine with the side of her sword. Fortunately, the sword didn't snap in half and remained unscathed. The girl couldn't adjust her sword without letting Jasmine attack her, so Claire again flared up her sword. Reacting quickly to this, Jasmine jumped away, creating distance between them. She then prepared the ranged attack with her wind element, and by bumping her hands together, Jazz sent the swirling wind towards her opponent. She isn't giving me a rest. Claire barely managed to sidestep and avoid the onslaught. The green horizontal tornado went past her, leaving the ground a little deformed. Hey, we are here too! The attack alarmed even spectators. Oopsie. An apologetic expression formed on Jasmine's face, but she quickly shrugged it off and dashed off to Claire. The redhead, for the whole time, was only keeping up because of her sharp instincts. She won't be able to endure the hour-long battle. Jasmine didn't even show any signs of fatigue. Either way, she ends it with one move, or just gives up and loses. Giving up wasn't her trait, and it's a bad habit to give up without trying. Claire stood in her place, preparing a counterattack to Jasmine's assault. If the redhead gets lucky enough, she might not even get halted by Jasmine. But she was prepared to get blocked by her opponent. She's approaching. Claire kept her eyes locked on Jasmine, and every little movement might be determining. So she was ready to make a quick draw and slash right next to the opponent's neck. Of course, she wasn't aiming to kill Jasmine. The dark-haired woman was closing up to Claire. The large steps made by her were clearly visible to the redhead. But maybe because of losing concentration, Claire lost sight of Jasmine, as in front of her was nothing. The attack she tried to make went in vain. She widened her eyes as he looked around hastily trying to search for the woman. Where is she? She thought as he attempted to locate her opponent. Claire felt a slight tingle behind her back. Claire sighed and dropped her weapon. Behind her was Jasmine, with the dagger pointed at her unprotected neck. That was a good fight. The unfazed woman put her daggers back in the storage ring, while Claire accepted the result and dropped to her knees, gasping for air. She could finally take a rest. On the other hand, Tesha had different thoughts. This technique. It's very similar to Art's. Somehow her words were heard, because it is Arthur's technique. Jasmine stated. The elf girl connected the dots. So it appears that it wasn't Arthur being trained, but Jasmine instead. Ironically. She wasn't sure, but that is how she saw the situation. She trained with Art a long time ago in the royal castle, along with her grandfather. She has seen him using this technique. Clap clap. What an interesting use of a simple technique. Don't you think so, Claire? Everyone turned towards the direction of the sound. Caspian was leaning on the wall as his face had a bright, yet dangerous smile. I escorted Lilia back to her family and you guys went somewhere. I kept searching for over an hour now. The former DC felt shivers down their spines. The unexpected person, however, took over the conversation and saved DC members' asses. Oh, Caspian. Finally, you are here. I have to discuss a few additions to the production. Gideon put his hand over Caspian's shoulder and continued, Come on, if this isn't done quickly, I won't be able to improve the quality of my inventions even further. He dragged the confused man into his laboratory. Before entering, he gave a wink towards the group. "Run before he comes back." Ferrith yelled as the majority of the group bolted, leaping over the fence and disappearing. Eleanor was perplexed. "What's with them?" she asked Tesha. In response to her, Tesha just shrugged. "Ellie, we must go back. Your parents will be worried," said Jasmine. "Oh yeah, Tess, we have to go now." The girl awkwardly scratched her cheek. Tess just smiled at her and hugged. "It's all right, this is not our last time meeting, right?" "Well, I hope it's not." They waved goodbye once again and, together, left the testing grounds. The war was approaching, and they hoped that their future meetings would not be cancelled as a result. If Tesha and other DC members join the war, Ellie will not be able to see them again until the conflict is over or, by a chance, they are stationed at this place. "Jasmine, will you participate in this war?" Ellie eyed the dark-haired woman with interest. "Most certainly," Jazz replied warily. So Eleanor asked herself, Chapter 58. Sometimes people's worst thoughts can become true. This is why we are all taught to be prepared for the worst in case it does happen. Some people succeed and minimize their material and mental losses. Although, there are exceptions. Eleanor Lewin was just a 9-year-old girl who, with all her heart, tried her best to prepare herself for upcoming times. In fact, she did really impressively at the beginning, but after her parents decided to participate in a war, everything changed. The situation was turned upside down for her. She herself escorted Twinhorns to the exit of a hideout, including others who decided to make a contribution to this war. Subsequently, along with the former DC members, Ellie found herself under the tutelage of Caspian Bladeheart. Being close to at least a few familiar faces gave the young girl a little psychological support. Then, even though those people left the hideout to further contribute to the war, now Ellie was left with a little friend, Baru, and her dog, Dobby. The little academy of young mages in the hideout was set up for the nobles, but Ellie was allowed to learn there. During these times, she stayed with Hesatias, who took care of her like their own child. As expected, Ellie still couldn't get over the fact that her parents were away from her, even her brothers. "Please be okay," she said, clutching her palms together and closing her eyes. She pleaded loudly. Meanwhile, very far away from the hideout, the party of Twinhorns exited through the teleportation gate in Atiston. They have arrived together with the soldiers assigned to them, along with other adventurers. The environment was bustling. The military took over this city after General Vari's forces made contact with the enemy fleet. So the council gave the command to reinforce the city as this was the largest capital in the whole of Dicathan. Along with the capital of Eleanor, this place in Sapin was the foothold of the Dicathan. They had optimal locations and were connected to different places with the teleportation gates. So the council could quickly transfer one division to a different city. All the remaining military personnel and adventurers, make your way to the city square. The announcement made it to everyone's ears. "Okay guys, let's get done with this," Raynolds said as he followed behind a nearby carriage carrying Dicathenian forces from abroad. The group went after him, behind the rolling carriage. The city itself was all right, though. There was no evidence of battle even happening close by. Every few meters you would see another military man, and the further away they got from the teleportation gate, the larger the concentration they saw. This raised Reynolds' morale. He wasn't really strong before, only because of Ashborn's gift, he had achieved new strength. The beast will, which alters human physiology a little. Besides, he had a family. Dying on the battlefield sure is honorable for a warrior, but the thought of leaving his closest behind isn't sweet. Surely, the others had similar thoughts as Reynolds. In particular, Alice, who felt very sad leaving her daughter, though, was the one to bring this fate on herself. She decided to follow the Twinhorns, along with Reynolds, to contribute to the wars. "March forward. Thrust the spear properly." Shouts from all around the road grabbed the group's attention. It was a group of people lined up shoulder to shoulder with some distance between them. They were thrusting large spears into nothing, with heavy breaths as the sweat rolled down their faces. What's up with them? Reynolds approached the back of the carriage and asked one of the soldiers. This. Most likely, they are getting ready in case the city gets captured. Who knows, they might apply great resistance to the enemy forces," replied the soldier. "Thank you," he thanked the soldier and went back to his group. "So, what did you ask them?" "Nothing much." Reynolds shook his head at his companions. Nobody said anything, so the group continued on their journey to their destination. The gang of adventurers trailed behind the carriage as it traveled through the streets, and they were occasionally halted for questioning. The group then proceeded to the vast open square, which was packed with tents. All around them, the tents shared one specific sign. The leather that they were covered by had the sign of the military. And how are we supposed to find ours? Everyone had the same thought. Every tent appeared to be identical. It would be difficult to find the correct one. Much to their relief, they didn't have to search for it as someone approached them. The adventurers? A woman with bags under her eyes closed herself off to the group of adventurers. According to her disoriented appearance, the woman hadn't had any sleep in a few days. "Yes, the party of twin horses reporting for duty," Raynolds answered, while also saluting the female. "Bruh, seriously," the woman said as she looked up at him. "Aren't you an adventurer? Did I do something wrong?" Reynolds turned to his group. The answer never came as the woman interrupted. "Nah. Now, just go to the biggest tent and register your arrival. I have hundreds of more people to mark in my notepad." "All right." Hastily, the group of adventurers walked away with quick steps, while the woman stayed to greet new adventurers. "What a pity! That woman probably didn't get a normal night's sleep in days. But she had a yellow core, must be strong," Jasmine commented. Others nodded. They didn't have high core stages, so only Jasmine could really see them. "We should get going," that lady said to visit the biggest tent. "Has General Aya engaged with any enemy troops yet?" The white-haired woman asked the soldier next to her. The soldier shook his head before answering. "General Vari, the Alacrian forces were not seen across the Elshire forest. So, we were the only ones who made contact." Vari's eyes furrowed as she studied the precise map of Dicathan's western shore. She made the chart herself, attempting to mark every conceivable landing spot for Alacrian's army. The western coast of Dicathan appeared to be an ideal location for a ship landing. Simultaneously, Etistan Bay was effectively protected. Vari ruled out a frontal attack on Etistan Bay in favor of focusing on the area south of Etistan. Since there was a large forest where adversaries could hide, regular patrols were required throughout the area. The north of Etistan is an open field, detecting opponents will be easy. What about the dwarf? Has General Byron spotted enemy forces? Vari raised her eyes to her subordinate. "Unfortunately, ma'am, no." The brief answer came out of the soldier's mouth. Vari gazed back at the map. There was a chance they'd come from the east, but the terrain can be unpredictable, especially with new dungeons springing up all over the place. It's unlikely they'd choose that location, and even if they did, there's a good chance they'd be distracted by someone's castle. "Excuse me. We were asked to come here." Everyone in the tent gazed at the entry. There was a group of people dressed as adventurers, all of whom wore armor that was more decorative than functional. "Adventurers?" "Ma'am, I'll register them quickly." "Go ahead," Vari said, nodding. She returned to her job and began planning her next steps. The generals had a massive weight on their shoulders. They had to carry them until further notice from the council. Meanwhile, the group of adventurers was questioned. "So, which group of adventurers are you?" "Twinhorns, sir." "All right, let's get over the registration soon then. State your names and affinities." "You may leave then." The paper and ink magically appeared in his hands as he said that. Reynolds Lewin, B-class adventurer. The augmenter with an affinity towards the fire. The soldier nodded and wrote him down on the paper. He also inspected the man's core, which was currently on the light orange stage. "Lewin?" From the other side of the room, Vari perked up, hearing the man's name. Raynolds blinked. Yes. The father of Arthur and Ashborn Leywins, perhaps Alice Leywin, is also here. Vari got up from her place. Yes, ma'am. How does the Lance Vari know us, Raynolds? Alice screamed the last part in her husband's ear. The Lance heard her words clearly. Worry not, I just came across your files in the documents. The council has sent the data of adventurers, and besides, I have received the word from Caspian Bladeheart. I thought we were having problems again. Alice sighed relievedly. Must be tough living with the two powerful and young mages. The auburn-haired woman nodded in agreement. Certainly, ma'am. But I'm worried about how do you know my children so well. It happened not so long ago when I encountered the auburn-haired boy named Arthur Leywin in the Xyrus Academy. I see. What about Ash? If you mean him then. She couldn't say anything else because she was too embarrassed to admit it. Her first encounter with Ashborn was maybe the most humiliating experience of her life. Her blood flow soared to unthinkable heights the moment she locked her sight on him. She was absolutely terrified. Her heart began to race and sweat began to pour down her face. Wouldn't it be terrifying if you were a white core mage and still couldn't access someone's core level despite your best efforts? The lances were meant to be the most powerful, but what if the king's prior statements were all lies? Yes, they were all lies, or the king was unaware of that person's existence. Man Ashborn, such a Chad, barged into the council meeting, established the dominance without elaborating anything, and left. Phew, the girl is still suffering from trauma. Adam! Everyone glared at the redhead. How are you talking to the general? Durden smacked the back of his head. Vari didn't respond to his statement since she knew it was accurate. When she recalls that day, she still gets goosebumps down her spine. The white-haired lady is still puzzled as to how Byron managed to remain sane after their private meeting. After some thought, Vari declared, the party of Twinhorns, if I recall correctly, Mrs. Leywin is an emitter. It's decided then, you will be assigned to the rear of the 1st Division. She then turned towards her subordinate. Prepare equipment for them, those things won't go. She then left and flew away from the tent into the skies. The general is always like that. Anyways, adventurers, you will have a hard job from now on. Follow me. I will show you the equipment. Guys, check out my drip. Adam dashed out of the dressing room, wearing metallic armor. It wasn't thick enough to completely shield the user from any damage, but it was sufficient enough to minimize it. As he looked over at his friends, he complimented them, saying, you guys look good as well. Quit blabbing and let's go. Helen whacked Adam in the back of the head again, motioning him to follow them. They were assigned to the 1st Division of Dicathan's military, which was considered the largest and strongest military land warfare asset. 25,000 soldiers division, under the leadership of Vari Ori, also consisted of a few brigades, medical brigade and such. In other words, it was a unit capable of continuing fighting on its own. But it will only happen when Dicathan's army's supreme commander, Virion Aerolith, is no longer able to command. We are assigned to the rear guard, interesting who is commanding this part. It is impossible for a general to command 25,000 soldiers at the same time, no matter how powerful she is. As a result, divisions have extra groups/subdivisions led by higher-ranking officers who receive orders from the even higher-ranking commander. Unfortunately for Jasmine, the commander of their group was. Chapter 59, Trotius Flamesworth was one hell of a noble. He was the kind of person who could sell his own daughter in favor of his nobility and lineage. The nobleman would rather sacrifice his children's lives for the sake of his status. Although he had decent capabilities as a leader on the battlefield, even then, there were plenty of people who outclassed him. Either way, the worst side of him shadows his pluses. And this man right now was the leader of a rearguard group where the party of Twinhorns was assigned. Her daughter, Jasmine Flamesworth, an unfavored child of Trotius, was one of the members of that party. This man. Jasmine gritted her teeth and clenched her fists in anger. Hey, calm down. Adam protectively put his hand on Jasmine's shoulder, while the giant shielded her from the man's view. Jasmine, we are here. I know you hate him, but it's not the best time for it. As much as Raynolds would like to help his friend, he won't be able to. At least not right now. Jasmine was overcome with rage, as if there was no way to make her feel better. Raynolds sighed. Hey, listen. I know this sounds crazy coming from me, but I can help you. Just wait a little longer. He then patted a short woman. Huh? Everyone stared at Raynolds, baffled to hear it coming from such a reckless man. In response, he scratched the back of his head and answered uncertainly. You see, a certain someone kinda owes me a favor, and that man can certainly do something. Alice narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Who could owe you something? Well, not exactly owes me. The king of Sapin, however, adores his family a lot. He literally told him to ask for anything if needed, so this might be a great time. What is it? Just believe and wait. You are asking for the impossible. Oh, come on. Trusting Raynolds is something not even an idiot would accept. He was known to get into bad situations just like Arthur. His unluckiness knew no bounds. Maybe after Arthur, he would be the first. This is if we exclude certain monarchs. Without the proper explanation, someone just won't wait. So, just do it, Raynolds. Raynolds sighed, and after nodding, he began explaining. Simply put, he could send a letter to the council with a request to appoint a different person as the commander of his groups. This was the best option, as the council holds absolute authority over the troops. Even the lances can't argue with them if the council itself won't reconsider. The decision was surprisingly approved by everyone. This was the safest way, and, partly because of Jasmine, all of them agreed to this. The short woman managed to calm down, but before they send a letter, they should wait and try to avoid the commander's sight. Jasmine, you got it, right? All right. Jasmine was driven by emotions and had to be controlled by others. Knowing how much she hates her father, they had to constantly monitor her. They even created a special schedule so that there would be at least one person close to her all the time. The first task for their group arrived with a special letter the day after their assignment. While the major groups are on break, the rearguard will continue to perform their duty. It was patrolling the Atiston woodland today. All right, we are setting off. The hundreds of warriors astride the horses gave one slap to start racing in the direction of the woodland, subsequently to Trotius's word. Because there were no teleportation gates in the forest, the only means of transportation could have been horses and mana-beasts. The fast horses were enough to transport a few hundred soldiers, so the party of Twinhorns quickly found themselves near the forest. Group number 1 will stay here along with the second to guard horses, while other groups proceed with caution. We are entering the forest. Back with Twinhorns, Jasmine felt sick hearing commands from that man. Fortunately, under the hoodie, she was safe from being noticed by the man. According to plan, we'll be searching till we reach the coastline. Then we return, report, wait for others, and then depart. Raynolds explained briefly. That's it? That's it. No more details were explained, except that if we do spot enemies, we'll have to retreat and notify the commander. It doesn't feel reassuring. How can we retreat in case we are spotted? Helen inquired. We were given these if we were in need of immediate support. We simply flare this in the air and nearby groups will come to our help. Raynolds took the tube out of his pocket. It was just remarkably similar to a flare gun but didn't have the handle pistols had. Nevertheless, it copied its functions. You guys ready? Yes. Then let's go. The Twinhorns approached the woods after leading their horses with someone. Their silhouettes began to fade once they moved farther into the woods. The woodland itself was exactly as you'd imagine. It was filled with trees, and nature blossomed everywhere. The party even encountered a few peculiar animals on their way as well. Already dry dirt crushed under their feet as they walked further into the forest. There aren't any signs of someone even walking here. Helen, with her sharp eyes, couldn't notice footprints on the dry ground. That's a good sign, but don't let your guard down. The group leader, Raynolds, warned them. The group continued traveling through the woods in this fashion. They'd occasionally come across another animal that made them feel uneasy. Animals produced sounds while running away. Raynolds even joked that the bear-sized man scared them. This mist keeps thickening further we're going. This creates problems, guys, you might augment your eyes. The group heeded the advice, and they augmented their eyes, except for a few who didn't have to. Helen particularly needed to view large distances, she was an archer, after all. The advice came in handy as they spotted some moving beings. On 9 o'clock, guys, Helen warned others. They immediately turned to face the direction Helen had told them about. How far? Maybe 400 meters, but they are coming to this direction pretty quickly. All right, guys, get in the formation immediately, Raynolds shouted. Everyone did as he said. Helen jumped on the nearby tree, Adam and Jasmine took their places on the sides, while Durden and Angela stood behind ready to conjure their spell. The point most incapable of fighting was in the center, protected from all sides. Helen, who took the higher position, could much more easily view what was in front of her. Her pupils enlarged after seeing the scene of the mana-beasts running towards them. Raynolds, they're mana-beasts. What the hell are mana-beasts doing this far away from the beast glades? Everyone had the same question. It was bizarre to meet hordes of mana-beasts far away from the beast glades. This was mostly because the beast glades were surrounded by the Grand Mountains. Were there any reports of beast outbreak from glades? No, there wasn't any. We weren't even told anything about this. Raynolds was personally briefed on the task, and the commander's direct subordinate explained what he needed to do. There was the possibility of engaging with enemy troops, not some mana beasts. Even then, the mindless beasts weren't to be overlooked. Raynolds, there are tons of them. Once again, shout came from Helen. *T, we'll have to use this so quickly. Raynolds shouted his profanity at the top of his lungs. He next took out the flare and lit it with his palm while pointing the cylinder at the sky. Here it goes! When Raynolds saw the thing flare up, he exclaimed, but his unluckiness reared its ugly head once more. The flare's top was actually pointed down at the ground, and it flared down, not up into the sky. The yellow sparkling ball fell down on the ground, startling Raynolds. Huh? Raynolds tapped on the flare, but nothing came out of it. While the compressed ball-like structure on the ground began creating a yellow, very noticeable smoke. This thing isn't working? Raynolds, you dumbass. Everyone, including Alice, screamed at Raynolds. Now they have lost a way to send a message to nearby groups. They'll have to make their way out of the forest on their own. Guys, I think we got a massive problem there. Helen's distressed voice got everyone's attention. She was pointing at the sky. There, instead of the usual clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds, loads of yellow signals could be seen. My God! What the hell is even happening? General Vare. Someone barged into Attistan's headquarters, loudly calling out for the general. The shout attracted a lot of attention. Even the white-haired woman, General Vare, was startled by the sudden shout. What happened? General, there's a report from watchtowers. They have spotted a lot of emergency signals in the direction of the forest. Vare was at a loss for words. She had anticipated that the attack would come sooner or earlier once again. But not exactly on the day where shifts switched. This could mean only one thing. Prepare. We are setting out as well. With a shout, she stood up and abruptly left headquarters. TCH, someone definitely gave us out. Only soldiers knew of the schedule at which forces operated, and today it was the rearguard's time to patrol. Obviously, as just a backup subdivision, it was best to attack during their time. But the problem was, who could have betrayed them? Underscore 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 underscore. Reynolds, there are too many of them. The shout came from Helen, who had just shot another mana beast right in the head. The rest of the party, as well, were resisting a massive horde of mana beasts as much as they could. Jasmine cut mana beasts one after another, and it wasn't enough for her as she did the job for two. Help hadn't arrived yet, and it didn't seem to come soon enough. Nonetheless, they had to somehow fend off the beasts. Reynolds had a vague idea of how to do it, although he wasn't sure if he would last long with it. "All right, I'm going to do it." He gathered all his resolve and closed his eyes for a second. In one instance, the hair on his head grew longer, along with the hair on his hands. The nails on his hands sharpened, and his body stiffened all of the muscles. What the hell, Reynolds? Because of the sudden transformation, Adam was surprised and almost got bitten by another beast. However, the same beast stopped moving. Instead, it squealed in fear. "I haven't shown you this, right? This is my beast will," he shouted in excitement. The thirst of monster blood that gushed out from Reynolds's was so dense that the beasts nearby him all stopped, stupefied at the beginning. The mindless beast still shrugged it off, but the effect of it still remained. It was as if they were being less aggressive this time, luckily for the twin horns. The time won by Reynolds was enough for them to gain momentum and strike back. "Come at me, monsters!" "Ray, you stupid!" At the same time, Alice, who didn't partake in any actions against the mana beasts, stood ready to cast a healing spell. She was an emitter, so her battle capabilities were severely limited. She could only watch as the rest of the gang fought against the beasts. Reynolds was recklessly charging at mana beasts. The entire aura around him had changed. Now it resembled that of a hungry wolf searching for a slice of meat to bite. She was concerned about him, but she knew Reynolds was the reason for their sudden advantage. "There aren't many left. Just pressure them. They will squeak away." The male Leywin's gloves were already ripped off from his hands as he kept swinging them like wild beasts, killing a few monsters in the process. Funnily, he was still clean from all the blood that he spilled from other beasts. What the hell was that?" Adam shouted as he slumped down on the ground from exhaustion. This battle was short but very tiring for everyone. Mainly for Reynolds, who even used his beast will to gain an opportunity. "We should probably hurry back, this wasn't just a simple attack from beasts." Everyone agreed with Helen's assessment, the beasts they faced were far from simple. Who has heard of a wolf or snake having damn horns? The older Leywin, with his beast will, took notice of the wild mana around the beasts, and they used their abilities as if they were new to them. Beasts instinctively know how to use their abilities, but those didn't. "Adam, can you walk?" "You ask me this now?" "Of course, I can. I still want to get the hell out of here and make a foamy dash." Okay. Stop ranting. "So what's the plan?" Jasmine asked. "If everyone is in shape, we should hurry back to our horses," stated Reynolds. Adam grumbled before getting up. Others were already up, so they set out for their new destination pretty quickly. Before they were going to the coastline, the western part of the forest, but they might have altered their trajectory a little because of the mist. Now they had to travel through the forest by guessing. And the one who guessed the direction was Reynolds. They saw the footprints and the bloody remains of people. The bones were sticking out of the ground along with the red flesh, like the predator had buried its meal for the future. Alice wanted to throw up. The smell of iron in the air attacked them like venom. What the F***? "Quick, let's go!" Their encounter with another horde of beasts arrived quickly, and once again, the same types of beasts they fought earlier. This time, even in bigger quantities, they could at least spot people fending off the monsters. Where the hell is reinforcement? Where the hell is Commander? The screams, all alike, were coming from various soldiers. The twin horns were as perplexed as they were. Anyway, they joined the fight right away to help out the soldiers. "Which group are you guys from? Any signs from the commander with you?" They were immediately questioned after they joined the battle. Unfortunately for the soldiers, even the twin horns didn't have an answer. "We haven't seen any of the commanders, only corpses." "Damn it! We'll have to hold our ground or the beasts will go after the city." "Got it!" With the available forces, which consisted of the teams, with an entire count of 100 soldiers, the Dicathenians engaged with the mana-beasts. Even with the heavy disadvantage of 100 versus thousands, they could still fight for at least half an hour. There were few soldiers who could be considered as strong as Jasmine, or maybe even stronger, and, unlike mindless beasts, they at least had intellect. Under heavy pressure, the soldiers tried to minimize their mistakes and fought with all their might. Those with experience backed up newcomers who only got better as the fight went on. The fear of death had a terrifying effect, as the soldiers surely were progressing during the battle. Although there were casualties, they were natural. The horde that consisted of thousands would sooner or later overwhelm them. If not for the forest, with its trees, the beasts would have overrun them in a matter of minutes. "Ray, can you use your beast will once again?" "Sure I can." Raynolds once again began transforming into a hybrid of a wolf. The nearby soldiers were surprised, but seeing other beasts around the vicinity halting, they sensed an opportunity for an attack. "Thanks, Ray." The beastly instincts that Raynolds received began tingling. He wasn't overwhelmed by them, but the fear still began creeping up in him. From his understanding of the beast will, they were never wrong about upcoming dangers. "Something is wrong. Ray, you are getting distracted." Helen snapped him out of his thoughts as she shot another mana beast in the head, backing up the Leywin. "Thanks for the cover." Raynolds began closely observing the battlefield. He was sure that the mana beasts by themselves wouldn't have left the beast glades. Someone must have been controlling them, or somehow lured them out here. There were no one nearby the beasts. Their actions were also uncontrolled. Some of them even eat one another. "There's a guy behind those beasts." Someone's shout rang out in his ears. "Where?" Thinking it was an ally, Raynolds tried to locate that someone. With his heightened sight, he could see quite far away, but there was no one. "I swear there was some dash." Before the soldier could finish, he was impaled by the vine that came out of the ground and was directly thrust into his stomach. How amusing, pathetic lessers. Reynolds's beastly instincts began screaming, they were telling him to run away. He realized that someone strong was near him. The attack inflicted on the poor soldier couldn't even be noticed by the naked eye. If not for his beast will, Raynolds wouldn't have even caught a glimpse of it. "What is this? A dog? I want it." With a blur, the woman appeared in front of Raynolds and tried to grab his neck. "Who is this?" With his eyes wide open as a pan, he stared at the incoming hand. He could see in slow motion as the hand was already covering his sight. Crash. The strong gust of wind was accompanied by something crashing close to him. At the same time, the cold assaulted everyone nearby him. And who you might be. Such a soft skin, white hair, beautiful proportions, now Raynolds could see the owner of this voice. Was it a woman? For his entire life, it was the first time Raynolds had seen someone who looked like this. The woman had pale skin and a thin body that didn't have an ounce of muscle. She also wore a mask to hide her face, along with a shiny dress, which didn't make her seem beautiful at all. To say it simply, she was ugly. Raynolds lay win. Notify the rest, help the wounded, and retreat. Reinforcements are already close. Raynolds snapped out of his trance at the same time the white-haired woman landed next to him. General? Ah, yes. Not wasting a moment, Raynolds proceeded to fulfill the command. Vari Ori had arrived at the battle scene right after hearing the report. She flew there immediately, not waiting for her division to even prepare. She lied about it arriving soon, but this will give them the necessary time. There are a few of them. Her eyes traveled around the battlefield, and even though her sight was limited because of the trees, she could still sense the strong enemies. Those pesky soldiers we were told about. Ah, how annoying! The same thin woman who avoided Vari's ice attack screamed. I know there are few of you, come out already. Vari calmly voiced that her plan was to lure out the enemy soldiers and then try to take them out at the same time. It was risky but worth a shot. Heh, this woman has noticed us. What a surprise. A few more silhouettes came out of the shadows. There were 3 retainers, to be exact, all of them strong enough to fight a lance and stand their ground. But Vari was confident in her abilities. She can most likely hold her ground against these 3. The order was to capture this continent as soon as possible and defeat the remaining forces. What an idiot, revealing your intentions, this will be your demise. Taking a deep breath, the white-haired woman's face stiffened as she sent out massive waves of ice at her enemies. Guys! Are you all right? Raynolds ran up to his group, worried about their goodwill. Her wife kept healing the wounded Adam, while others were defending them from the monsters. What happened to Adam? He was bitten by a venomous beast. Alice quickly neutralized the venom, but it's still in effect. **T. Raynolds joined the others, while Alice kept using healing magic on Adam. The beast still seemed never-ending, as the battleground was filled with screams, screeches, and roars of various monsters. There were also thunderous sounds coming from far away, the ice cracking and crashing, all together with explosions. It was hell for every soldier on the battlefield. Interesting, so lessers aren't as instinctively driven as I thought. Someone's voice entered Reynolds' ear from behind. He turned around his head to be met with prying red eyes staring at his own. The bulky man that towered over him then continued. Or they are. The bulky man caressed his own beard. Reynolds caught a glimpse of the man's horns as well. He was one of those guys he had previously encountered, but this one was much stronger. And that black-haired girl, you look like that lesser who sold you guys out. The man continued musing. Since his appearance, the party of twin horns, as well as mana beasts, have been frozen. They weren't making any movements, even their muscles feared to twitch. I'm interested. Will you sell out your friends just like that man? If you kill your friends, I will spare you. In a blink, the man disappeared and appeared next to Jasmine. So? What will you do? He closed the distance between Jasmine and himself with his face. For a moment, as the man breathed on scared Jasmine, he flinched. It appears that Agrona has not taught his pets not to disturb a sleeping dragon. Chapter 60, the dragon, coated with darkness, has emerged from the shadow of Raynolds. The large foot of the dragon was placed next to the man, as the ground under it cracked. The second came out right after, and it ended up tens of meters away from the first. The sheer size of its legs was enough to overshadow beasts nearby. When the dragon fully came out of the darkness, the rest of his 2 legs were located outside of the forest's range, so they were not visible to the gang. You little toys of Agrona. You have quite an attitude regardless of how weak you are. The dragon lowered its head closer to the place where Jasmine and the toy were. The shadow soldiers in general didn't need to breathe, but to intimidate the enemy even more. Like a kettle when the water boils, the dragon released steam. Who the hell is this? An Azura? Meanwhile, the person in front of the dragon's face was screaming in his mind. He was told that the Azuras aligned themselves with the Vritra, but here it was. The majestic dragon, although its size was way bigger than those explained in the stories he was told so far. No, it's definitely not an Azura. Even Agrona doesn't have that intimidating pressure. The more he stared at the dragon, the more confused he grew. He was trying to see the actual shape of a dragon, but the black scales were like a void. As if he was getting dragged in it, the man couldn't even comprehend how far away the dragon was from him. The power that is rising within me, I'm forever grateful to you, my lord. I shall bring this lesser to you as an offering. The dragon opened its wide mouth, and like blades, it unsheathed enormous teeth. Each of them was larger than the bulky man. "Jasmine Flamesworth, kindly move away from this place with the Lord's family." "It knows my name?" Just like everybody else, Jasmine was surprised to hear the dragon call out for her. Another surprise came soon, as the shadow close to her rose just like Raynolds. This time the creature of lesser size came out. It's Hawkeye." Jasmine could instantly recognize the creature next to her, and it was hard to even forget it. Their first encounter was years ago, but those eyes were the same. The colors didn't affect it at all. "Don't just stand there." "Ah, yes." The Vritra didn't even bother with Jasmine, he just let her off. The short woman jumped on the Hawkeye, who quickly made a run down and picked up the rest of the twin horns. It even used its feather to safely pick up Adam and even altered its size considerably. "Now, we may begin," the dragon stated. The whole forest felt the ground shake as those who had sworn allegiance to the Shadow Monarch rose to fulfill the command. The thousands of purple eyes, all of them burning with fierce passion. They were finally called in to help their liege. The dragon, in particular, who raised its head to its full height, looked overly intimidating. Winsome, previously known as the Azura, this time was a full-fledged dragon, currently one of the strongest in the Shadow Army, capable of erasing his opponents in one breath. With the permission given to him, he can order the rest of the soldiers to fulfill certain duties. The Lord's desires are ours as well, and we shall fulfill them. The electric crackles escaped from Winsome's mouth as the ball of energy began quickly forming in it. The Vritra beneath him shot up into the sky in an attempt to avoid the blast. He began flying away from the dragon as far as he could, his movements like a zigzag. To his surprise, Winsome didn't even need to fire an energy blast, he was just bashed by the draconic tail. How is it so quick despite its enormous size? The Vritra crashed into the ground, forming a crater. His painful scream could be heard kilometers away from there. Winsome, with his loud steps, approached the tiny crater and stood over it. Looking down, he confirmed that the enemy was still in place. Once again he opened his mouth to launch a blast of energy at the little lizard. The Vritra burst from the crater's depths. His leap shattered more fissures in the crater and swept in a lot of dust. The man approached Winsome's head with a tremendous boom, breaching the sound barrier in the process, but the dragon attacked him right on the head. The lesser lizard jumped out of the crater. His leap created even more cracks around the crater and pulled up a lot of dust. With a thunderous sound, the man approached Winsome's head, in the process breaking the sound barrier. Unfortunately, the dragon unleashed the attack right on his head. The air around the blast began boiling as the ground simply melted down because of the high temperature. The trees began burning, which also affected nearby mana beasts. Even those with better luck met the same fate as the Shadow Soldier didn't let them slip away. "Clear this forest!" Winsome roared out for all the shadows to hear. It was a command to obliterate every remaining enemy force. Underscore 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 underscore. The giant creature with glowing wings floated over the ground with a group of people on its back. It was Hawkeye, the second most adorable killing machine after Baru. On its back were the twin horns. Hawkeye has grown. Everybody is going to ignore the fact that we just witnessed a literal dragon? Yes. Helen's question was immediately shut down by others. By this time, Adam has woken up and his first words after falling unconscious were, "Is this heaven?" What would you expect him to say? After his eyes opened groggily, the first thing he was met with was clouds. Adam was also placed on the soft shadowy fur of a hawk. Hell, he couldn't even feel his body properly. I'm hungry. Okay, Adam is alright. Everyone agreed that it was typical Adam and the poison didn't work as some kind of drug. I can't feel my body, how can I be alright, guys? The vein burst on Adam's forehead. He heard it clearly, and his consciousness began working like before. The twin horns laughed, just what they expected from a typical Adam. But the laughter died down as they heard a voice, unfamiliar and very pitchy. As if the individual talking was using the tongue for the first time. The effect shall pass very soon. Huh? The twin horns looked around, even Adam tilted his head by little to learn who it was. It's the one you are sitting right now. The dumbfounded group turned their attention towards Hockey's head. While the flying creature stared back at them as if they were idiots, Adam in particular. I think I'm really dead. Adam stared at the flying creature with a studying look, still contemplating if he was alive or not. Unluckily for him, the creature answered his question. No, you are alive. Adam clicked his tongue. Damn, I thought I would finally get a rest. Others looked at them strangely as he continued to grumble at Hockey. Mostly because the animal casually conversed with them, then it clicked to them that it was indeed Hockey as its feathers detached and whizzed near Adam's eyes. Ashborn's alleged bond, which appeared to have changed appearance and started speaking. We are approaching the city, there are enemy forces, so get prepared. Enemy forces? What are you talking about? That's exactly what I said. The city is being captured by the Alacrians. There were attacks on other cities as well. They are in danger as well, but we will succeed in repelling them. Only this city was sold out by the Allies, so only this one got tricked. Sold out? The question marks appeared over their heads. Were they betrayed by someone, maybe even by the commander? Hockey cleared their confusion by nodding his birdie head. The Shadow Army constantly observed what was happening around them. They knew the exact way certain events would progress. Especially if they heard conversations. But by who? Jasmine Flamesworth, you must better than anyone else know who it can be. Hockey told the crimson-eyed woman. The woman's face immediately changed to one of disdain. Naturally, she'd figure out who it was. It was so clearly addressed that the others in her group grasped the situation quite quickly. Adam even scowled so loudly that his throat hurt. That bastard. Take us to him immediately, please. What do you mean, Jasmine? Everyone on the Hockey was surprised at Jasmine's sudden rise in voice. The exclamation was soon answered by her. I have to do it myself, it's my responsibility. Her voice was shaky as she looked down while clenching her fist. Hockey, just like anyone else, caught the hint. Although the flying creature was unsure if it was a good idea, she could barely even say it, and now she plans to kill her own father. No! Jasmine, this is too much. I have to do it, Helen. Helen stumbled back as a result of the rapid outburst. Everyone in the group was taken aback when they saw Jasmine's determined expression. The resolute look in her eyes sent chills down everyone's spines, while the flying creature just nodded. It accelerated its speed, also attaching a few more feathers to the group for them not to fall. Our destination is the Atiston Bay. From what I can see, they already took down Dicathan's flag. Already? Unfortunately, so. The trick on their side was very impressive, I must say. Although we had predicted such an outcome, we couldn't intervene because of command. Sounds like an excuse. Adam received an indifferent glare from Hockey. Never mind. He found the mana feathers very interesting just to avoid looking at the purple eyes of the creature. It will be a little tough for your first time, but don't worry, you will remember everything when we get there. More of the feathers detached from Hockey's wings as they clanged on the group. The group grew confused about what was to come. What? You just won't see much. With this said, the creature burst forward, and this was where everything got blurry for the crew. The torments of air that hit their eyes, including the sheer speed of Hockey, made it hard for them to see and even breathe. They feared that they would fall down as the resistance put up just by air was so hard that they thought they were being pressed on the brick wall with gravity magic. Reynolds' mouth was wide open as the wind flew in and expanded his cheeks, filling them up like a balloon. The idiot tightened his muscles just to shut his mouth again. Who would have thought he would need to use magic even in that situation? What a bunch of idiots. Meanwhile, Hockey couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. A shadow soldier wasn't talking about the idiots on its back, but those in the city they were approaching. Hockey was partly a bird, it could see at large distances very well. Along with its reaction speed, Hockey observed everything in slow motion. The whole doctrine, at least in this city, was disturbed this easily. There were capable leaders, but their inexperience still caught them in a disturbing situation. They were tricked, and that's why Atiston is under siege. Hundreds, if not more, of ships could be seen on the horizon, some of them had even reached the beach. A very few particular silhouettes were also floating over the city as well. The target is located. The pair of purple-glowed eyes caught a certain someone's glimpse. Trotius Flamesworth had a Dicathenian flag which was set ablaze by the said person as well. He was moving to the city square where the massive gathering was taking place. No, it was a straight-up massacre. This woman. Then Hockey gazed at Jasmine with uncertainty. There was something different with Trotius, he had changed from the previous time. Could this woman actually fulfill her desire? Doesn't matter. Bring the hostages here. Trotius Flamesworth yelled at the Alacrian soldiers in the city square to bring the captive Dicathenians. Several of them were already kneeling in front of him, their wrists bound behind their backs. The clothes were soaked in blood leaking from cuts, and they were all in horrible shape. Fortunately for them, unlike many of the others, they survived. Trotius, you bastard, how could you? One of them shouted. Huh? How could I? Then you tell me, would you like to just give up your life so easily? It's not like I did this only for my survival. If the continent Dicathan wanted to survive, then it was necessary to align ourselves with those people. It was foolish on our side to fight them. Trotius explained. What did they offer you, huh? You are now hot asterisk hit there, ordering soldiers around. Trotius clicked his tongue and turned to the soldier next to him, execute him already. He commanded. Oh, what do I see? The lesser scum believes that he has permission to give such an order. Well, since you want it so bad, here you go. Almost instantly, someone blurred to Trotius. The latter wasn't surprised at this, rather he was surprised by the scorched bodies of the Dicathenian soldiers. It happened so fast that he couldn't even see the flames. Don't think that you can do whatever you decide. Just one vial doesn't make you a commander here. Be thankful that you even survived. The newly emerged person had orange hair and wore a mask with a smile engraved on it. Anyway, since you are doing my job, I'll let you. Go ahead with the rest of the detained. The orange-haired man waved him off. In the next second, it leaped onto the nearby building and watched how Trotius did his job. HM. Interesting if I will get promoted? I heard there was a shortage of scythes lately. Dreniv only recently got promoted to the position of retainer. He, however, for a long time, operated on this continent. He had a mission, but it got abandoned for some reason that wasn't explained to him. Nonetheless, he received a new rank and an upgrade to his capabilities. He was also stationed under a powerful scythe. Well, they were all powerful. And here are the newer targets coming. Dreniv sensed the group of people riding a flying creature land in this massive city square. One injured, others weak as well. The beast is unique, however. He had never seen anything as particular as the purple-winged hawk, with its body being darker than the Vritra magic. Dreniv's ears picked up the noise coming from Trotius. Jasmine? Ho! The orange-haired man noticed the surprised look on the Dicathenian. Taking a closer look made it clear to him that the woman called Jasmine was definitely related to Trotius. The moment she unsheathed the daggers, Dreniv exclaimed. Oh, a family drama. Keep going, don't mind me. With eager interest, Dreniv stared at the events unfolding in front of him. Shame that he didn't have popcorn with him. What the hell, why can't I sense his manicore level now? Jasmine's expression got tense. Just a day before, she could view her father's core level, but now she couldn't. Did he succeed in breaking through another one? The idea was dismissed by Jasmine herself. Her father used a lot of elixirs during his youth, which only limited his future progress. He was stalled for a long time, so the current breakthrough is definitely unnatural. Jasmine? Hearing him call out her name, Jasmine growled. What are you doing here, Jasmine? Trotius asked his daughter, and he received a very straightforward answer. I'm here to kill you. Kill me? The father raised his eyebrows. He just heard his daughter threatening to kill him. Any father would feel a little weird. Abandon this foolish idea immediately, Jasmine. I see you grew strong, but it's still not enough to defeat me. To pressure his daughter, the man lit up his body in flames. The temperature around him made him look distorted. Jasmine immediately felt her skin getting hotter with each second that passed. Any exposed liquid evaporated instantly, and it was difficult to keep the eyes open as the tears in them met the same fate. TCH. Jasmine covered her body in wind mana, more or less avoiding any more effects on her body. She glanced back to ensure that everyone was okay. Hockey covered them with its large wings, so they were all right. Such a serious guy, don't you think it's unfair to go against your relative with newly acquired powers? Trotius didn't respond to the provocations coming from Dreniv. He didn't plan to kill Jasmine anyway. Unless she stayed on her own until the very end, then he might actually kill her. After all, Jasmine has proven herself to be strong. Trotius caught Jasmine off guard as he launched himself at her. The flames that erupted around him became more intense, giving him a push. Jasmine didn't have time to react to his quick approach and couldn't even hold up her daggers to block his affair. Trotius had ruthlessly struck his blazing fist into her abdomen. Along with a burnt piece of cloth, Jasmine now received a terrible burn on her skin in the shape of a fist. Jasmine, don't start your foolish acts here. The people's lives are on the line. Trotius crouched down to kneeling Jasmine and whispered in her ear. She wanted to curse him so badly but was unable to because of the previous strike. If you apologize for the previous act, I might forgive your friends as well. I'm sure you don't want them killed. The nobleman glanced at the rest of the twin horns. They were behind the bird-like creature. The man nonchalantly continued, what an interesting specimen. He couldn't even notice the plum of black smoky substance rising behind him. It eventually revealed a silhouette. Dreniv pushed himself up and leaped towards the rising silhouette of an unknown man the instant he caught a glimpse of Trotius' shadow shifting. The previously immobile flying thing drove its claws into the concrete like butter and surged forward, causing a large shockwave, much to his amazement. This thing is so fast. Hockey grabbed with its claws onto the orange-haired man, dragging him far away on the way, occasionally smashing him into concrete. Trotius, slack-jawed, stared at the trail in the concrete. That beast, I knew there was something fishy in it. Trotius looked back at the woman on the ground, only to be met with nothing. Jasmine was now lying in the hands of Alice, being treated by her as well. The group of twin horns was surrounding him, but instead, there was another person standing in the circle. There were 7 before. It's all safe now, you may rest assured. I'll take care of everything. After all, it's what family does. Who the hell is this guy? Trotius went as far as to unsheath his sword, but for some reason, his hand never reached the handle. The swordsman couldn't feel his hand, and he quickly came to realize by looking down that he didn't have a hand. Bait him. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt the wind flowing behind his back. Don't you think so as well? That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in the finale. Peace.